That is also where Democrats will hold their first primary. Remember, Joe Biden is not listed in the ballot here in New Hampshire, although this is the first primary state. The Democratic Party choosing to have South Carolina as its first primary state because South Carolina is more representative of the Democratic Party, is what the Democratic Party feels. So the attention, the effort, the resources will certainly be placed there. And as you said, this is Nikki Haley's state, so even more reason for her to have a strong performance tonight. And if she doesn't win here in New Hampshire, it's going to be hard for her to argue that she should go on to South Carolina. The last thing I'll say about South Carolina is that Trump has already been endorsed by several Republicans there, despite the fact that this is Nikki Haley's home state. So it does look like even if she's able to go on to South Carolina, she might have an uphill battle there as well.
Right, from Manchester, New Hampshire, thank you very much for joining us on CNN News 18.
If you want your
Hello, Namaskar. This is First Post and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. India is now home to the world's fourth largest stock market. It has beaten Hong Kong to take this spot. The lead is slim, but the trend is steady. Despite today's volatility, investor confidence in India's growth story has been growing. We look at the numbers, also why Hong Kong is slipping and what Beijing is doing to steady the ship. We'll also discuss the stock that lost big on Dalal Street today. Zee took a beating after its deal with Sony failed. We look at the full story and the implications. In West Asia, the Red Sea crisis is escalating. The US and the UK have launched their 8th attack on Houthis in the last 11 days. In Israel, protesters stormed the parliament and Netanyahu is proposing a 2-month-long ceasefire deal with Gaza. A Chinese spy ship is heading to the Maldives. How should India see this? A Biden deepfake is doing the rounds in America. What does this trend mean for elections across the world? India's foreign minister is in Africa. Why it makes sense for New Delhi to bet on Africa's growth. Why Canada is limiting the number of foreign students it will take. Does Putin want Alaska back? Will it trigger another war? Why is the Philippines defying the International Criminal Court? And why the world is loving pre-loved fashion. A special report on the booming second-hand market. The headlines first. Israel suffers its deadliest day since the ground offensive began in Gaza. On Monday, 24 soldiers were killed. Israeli army says they have encircled the city of Khan Yunis. In recent weeks, the densely populated city in South Gaza has been the epicenter of fighting. Iranian President Ibrahim Raisi to visit Turkey on Wednesday. His talks with President Erdogan will focus on the Israel-Hamas war. Raisi's visit has been postponed twice. It comes amid fears of the conflict escalating in West Asia. Islamic politics over the Ram Temple picks pace after Pakistan. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, slams the inauguration of the Aayodhya Temple. The OIC has 57 members, with 48 being Muslim-majority countries. They've issued a statement expressing, quote-unquote, grave worry over yesterday's event. Elon Musk backs India's bid for a permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council, says it's absurd that the world's most populous country doesn't have one. Only the US, the UK, Russia, France and China are permanent members. India has been leading the push for Security Council reform. In Myanmar, 6 high-ranking junta officers have been taken into custody. They'd surrendered a strategic town and hundreds of troops to the rebels. The junta lost the town near China's border earlier this month. Under Myanmar's military law, deserting a post can be punished by death. Hungary's Viktor Orban invites his Swedish counterpart to Budapest. Prime Minister Orban wants to discuss the Nordic countries' bid to join NATO. Sweden still needs Hungary and Turkey's approval. This week, Turkey's parliament is expected to vote on Stockholm's bid. And Sri Lanka debates a controversial social media bill. The online safety bill makes companies criminally liable for harmful posts. It would also make anonymous or parody social media accounts illegal. The opposition says this bill is draconian. It could be passed as early as this week. Our lead story tonight is about global markets. They're witnessing a tug-of-war. India's Dalal Street versus Hong Kong's Seng. They're going head-to-head. And what's the prize? The title of the world's 4th largest stock market. That's what they're fighting for. The biggest market is the US, followed by China and Japan, and today India took the 4th spot. It went past Hong Kong. It was a fantastic start to the day, to what turned out to be a roller coaster of a day. If you're an investor, you know what I'm talking about. And you have our sympathies. It was a rough day, yes. Indian markets saw a lot of volatility. The day's trade opened in the green but ended in the red. The Sensex crashed by over 1,000 points, the Nifty by over 300. And Hong Kong saw the opposite today. Since last week, it has been falling. But today, Beijing promised an intervention. So the Hong Kong stock market, the Hang Seng, gained almost 3%. Although this may not last. Officials in Hong Kong remain nervous, so much so that they made a rare admission today. It came from this man, John Lee, the chief executive of Hong Kong. He's not optimistic about the markets.
I must say that market sentiment is rather sensitive these days. So I hope that everyone will closely monitor the markets and act with caution. government departments will closely monitor changes in the markets.
The market sentiment is sensitive in Hong Kong, he says. In India, that's not the case, though. The Indian stock market is leveling up. Like I said, it has beaten Hong Kong. India's Dalal Street is bigger than Hong Kong's. And this is an important milestone for India and Indian corporates. This is also a reflection on Hong Kong. It used to be Asia's biggest financial hub, but that's not the case anymore. India is poised to replace them. Despite today's correction, major investors remain bullish on India. Look at the global rankings. These are the world's biggest stock markets. The United States sits at the top. It is worth over $50 trillion, 50 trillion, followed by China. These are stocks listed in the mainland. They're worth $8.4 trillion. At number 3 is Japan with $6.63 trillion. And India now ranks number 4. Hong Kong has slipped to number 5. India's markets are worth $4.33 trillion. Hong Kong is at $4.29 trillion. It's not a small it is a small difference rather. But in the coming days, it's expected to widen because the mood is changing. Global investors are making long-term bets. I'll give you an example. Major sovereign wealth funds and public pension schemes are picking India over China. Last year, a think tank conducted a survey. It reached out to 100 funds. Their assets are worth $26 trillion. And they were asked where they would like to invest. Most of them picked India. Then came Brazil and China. Around 40 funds had a positive outlook for India. In 2023, overseas funds made big investments. They poured $20 billion into Indian stocks. So what is attracting them to India? Steady growth. That's what we've seen in the past 8 years. Indian stock markets have delivered gains and profits for 8 straight years. Indian corporates have grown on the back of steady economic policies, policy reforms, and a largely stable political environment. All of this has made India the growth engine for the world, and those are not my words. This is the assessment of the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. The IMF says India, and I'm quoting, is a star performer. The momentum is expected to continue in 2024. This is the IMF projection. It expects India to be a top performer this year as well, and to account for more than 16% of global growth. And there is no doubt, when India grows, Indian corporates will benefit too, which explains the bullish outlook. Plus, there's one more factor, the decline of Hong Kong. It makes India a more appealing option. Hong Kong stocks are depreciating. There is a rapid decline. We talked about this yesterday too. The Hang Seng seesawed today. The index closed in the green, rising almost 3%. But over the past 5 days, it has plunged by more than 400 points. And Beijing is trying to steady it. The Chinese premier spoke about this today. His name is Li Qiang, and he's unhappy. He wants the Hong Kong market to stabilize. Today, he called for quote-unquote forceful measures. There is talk of a stimulus package. Reports say Beijing is preparing this package worth around $278 billion. The money will be used to make investments to stabilize the overall market. So India may have gotten ahead, but it cannot rest on its laurels because China is fighting back. And staying with Indian markets, one share is clearly bucking the trend here, and that's Zee Entertainment. It's on a race to the bottom. Those from India will know about this company. It's a media conglomerate. It operates television channels, streaming platforms, and also production houses. But right now, it is in crisis. Just look at the numbers. On Friday, Zee shares were flying high, almost 244 rupees per share, 244 rupees per share. That was on Friday. And now it is down to 160 rupees. Zee Entertainment dropped 31% in one trading day. How did that happen? Because a multi-billion dollar merger, in fact, was called off. It all started in 2021. Zee and Sony announced a big move. As you know, Sony is a global media giant. The company is headquartered in Japan. Their Indian arm decided to merge with Zee. It was very big news. Both companies have a sizable presence in India, so together they had immense potential. The merger was valued at $10 billion. But on Monday, Sony scrapped it. They said no deal. Now the obvious question is what happened? Sony's official statement says a couple of things. A, merger conditions had not been met, meaning Sony was not happy with what was on the table. And B, time ran out. They had to close the deal by January 21st, but that date came and went. So Sony decided it was time to walk away. Turns out they're also suing Zee Entertainment. And what's the claim? Almost $90 million in damages. That's what Sony wants. Sony says Zee violated the merger terms. Of course, Zee denies this. They have hinted at legal action of their own. Now, this much is in the public domain. But what was happening behind the scenes? A leadership tussle. That's essentially what brought down this deal. Let me explain. There's a big question after every merger. Who will lead the new business entity? Here, the first plan was to appoint Puneet Goenka. He's the managing director and CEO of Zee, also the son of company patriarch Subhash Chandra. But last year, a bombshell dropped. India's market regulator SEBI began investigating the father-son duo. They suspected misuse of company funds. Basically, money was being siphoned off. And how much money are we talking about? Initial reports mentioned some 200 crore rupees. But the new number is much higher, anywhere between 800 to 1,000 crore rupees. That's $120 million. So last year, SEBI cracked down. It said Puneet Goenka cannot lead any listed company. That ban was later reversed. But Sony had seen enough. They wanted someone else to lead the merged entity, someone without baggage, which is why the merger talks broke down. Zee did propose some alternatives, but Sony did not like any of them, and that brings us to present day. What does this falling out mean for the Indian media landscape? Let's look at some numbers. Sony has 31 channels in India. Zee is said to have around 45. Both companies also have their own streaming platforms, ZEE5 and Sony Live. Sony Live has around 12 million subscribers. ZEE5 has around 7.5 million. So a merged entity would have been massive, essentially, especially in the current context. Most experts agree that streaming is the future. Its current market size is around $1.2 billion. By the end of this year, it could be $1.4 billion. And by the end of the decade, more than $3.6 billion. So there's a lot of money to be made, which was the whole idea behind this deal. If the merger went through, a major cash infusion would have happened. A new entity would have had $1.5 billion in the bank. Imagine what you could do with it. New and improved content, better interface, more live sports events. All of that could have been possible. Other companies have also realized this potential, like Disney Hotstar and Viacom18. Hotstar is the market leader in India. They have more than 42 million subscribers. Viacom18 owns Jio Cinema. They own the media rights of the Indian Premier League, the IPL, also the Indian cricket team's bilateral matches. So the merger makes sense. You have entertainment on one side and sports on the other. Sony and Zee also had similar plans to completely revamp their businesses, to challenge the big boys of OTT. So it's clearly a setback for the Indian media space. More for ZEE5. They clearly needed an extra boost to find their mojo. I guess they'll have to keep waiting now. It's also a bad look for India Inc. We keep talking about greater synergy, about foreign firms working with Indian ones. But for that, we need higher standards. You can't have promoters cooking books and siphoning money. You need transparency. You need good corporate practices. Unfortunately, Zee Entertainment seems to have failed that test. We can't afford more of these. We need global businesses to respect Indian firms. But as they say, respect is earned. So that was a lot of business news. Let's shift to geopolitics now. There's more escalation in the Red Sea. The US and the UK have carried out airstrikes on Yemen on the Houthi rebels. This was the 8th round of airstrikes. Both missiles and fighter jets were used. US officials say around 25 to 30 bombs were dropped. And how many targets were hit? Around 8. Some of them were underground, storage sites. Others were missile and surveillance bases. So the coalition took them out. They released some footage of this operation. Take a look at this. So what's the plan here? From the looks of it, to keep bombing Yemen. The first coalition airstrike was on the 11th of this month, 11 January. In the next 10 days, we've seen 7 more attacks. So a total of 8 strikes in less than 2 weeks. And chances are we'll see more because the UK has issued a clear warning to the Houthis. Listen to this.
These attacks are illegal, they're unacceptable, and what we've done again is send the clearest possible message that we will continue to degrade their ability to carry out these attacks whilst sending the clearest possible message that we back our words and our warnings with action.
More attacks, that's what the US and the UK are betting on. But will that be enough? Perhaps not. I'll give you 2 reasons why. Number one, the Houthis do not seem scared. They have launched 12 attacks in the last 10 days, meaning after the airstrikes. Even this time, they have promised revenge. And number two, the Western coalition is divided. Their latest airstrike was backed by 6 countries. The US, the UK, Australia, Bahrain, Canada and the Netherlands. No France, no Germany, no Italy and no major Arab states. So it's not really a global response. It's more of an Anglo-American response. And Washington realizes this. Last week, Joe Biden was asked about the airstrikes on Yemen. He was asked, are they working? Look at his response.
Are the airstrikes in Yemen working?
Well, when you say working, are they stopping the Houthis? No. Are they going to continue? Yes.
Are they working? No. Will they continue? Yes. That was Biden's response. The truth is, only 2 things will stop the Houthis: a major Western onslaught or an end to the war in Gaza. Which brings us to the battlefield in Gaza. Is there any sign of that war ending? Well, Israel has reportedly proposed a new deal, a 2-month-long ceasefire. The deal has 3 major points. 1, the release of all hostages. Hamas is still holding around 130 people in Gaza. Israel wants all of them released. 2, some Palestinian prisoners will be freed. The exact number is not clear. And 3, a new war strategy. Israel will redeploy its forces inside Gaza. No more carpet bombing. Instead, Israel will shift to precision tactics. That is the proposal. It's been relayed to Hamas via Egypt and Qatar. They're still waiting for a response. On paper, it's much better than previous proposals because 2 months can change a lot. Much needed aid can enter Gaza. Hospitals and shelters can be restocked. Also, more diplomacy can happen. So maybe the Hamas will agree. But what explains Israel's sudden change of heart? Why do they want a ceasefire? For starters, the military campaign is dragging on, so the casualties are rising. Monday, like we told you, was the worst day for Israeli soldiers. 24 of them were killed in Gaza, out of which 21 died in the same explosion. What's worse, it was probably an Israeli mine that killed them, their own soldiers. So naturally, people are worried. Israel has lost more than 200 soldiers in Gaza. If the war drags on, the toll may rise. So maybe Benjamin Netanyahu wants a reset, to regroup and refocus. Plus, there's a lot of political pressure. Like I mentioned, 130 hostages are still in Gaza. Their families are livid with Israel's government. On Monday, some of them stormed an official meeting. A parliamentary committee session was underway. Look at what happened next.
אחד מתוך 3, 4 ימים בחזרה אלינו. על הגב שלנו שאני רוצה שלא מתפרצים. אם זה היה ילדים שלך, מה היית עושה? מה? אני שואל אותך אם זה הילדים שלך. לך לראש הממשלה ותגיד לו, חמץ פירקתי, גם זה פירקתי. אתה מנהל, לא רעת ילדים שלך.
There's pressure from outside too. Netanyahu recently rejected the 2-state solution. He said no to a Palestinian state. So Western countries are not happy with him. They feel his plan is not working.
Palestinians deserve a sovereign state. Unless you pursue a 2-state solution, I really don't see that there is another solution.
Certainly, the way you're trying to destroy Hamas is not the way they're doing, because they are seeding the hate for generations.
We don't want to see hospitals as war zones. We don't want to see hospitals as battlefields. They should be as protected as possible.
So it's Netanyahu versus everyone. Maybe that's why he called for a timeout, to reassess his plans. But whatever the reason, the people of Gaza need it. After 109 days of fighting, 2 months of peace is priceless. Tell that to the Maldives. Their president is spoiling for confrontation. First, he picked a fight with India, and now he's hosting Chinese research vessels, aka spy ships. It's now been confirmed by Male. We've been hearing some chatter about such a vessel, but most of it was from open source data. Today, though, Male came clean. The vessel in question is this one, the Xiang Yang Hong 03. Last we checked, it's near Indonesia. The ship is expected to reach Male around the 8th of February. And what will it do there? Here's what the Maldivian government says. A request was made by China to make a port call for rotation of personnel and replenishment. The vessel would not be conducting any research while in Maldivian waters. That's the message from Male. No research, just a port call. That's what they're saying. I guess we'll have to believe them. Having said that, two concerns still remain. One, why now? You've just picked a fight with India. You've asked Indian soldiers to leave your country, and days later you host a Chinese vessel. Surely that's a message. And concern number two, such vessels often have dual use, meaning they can do a lot more than just research. Both India and the US believe they can also spy, maybe snoop on Indian assets or gain information on Indian deployments. We can't rule it out because these ships have powerful surveillance gadgets and radars on board, which is why India has objected to such voyages. In 2019, New Delhi expelled a Chinese research ship from its EEZ. EEZ stands for Exclusive Economic Zone. Think of it as extended territorial waters. India also objected to such voyages in Sri Lanka. Since 2022, two Chinese spy ships had docked in Sri Lanka. New Delhi objected both times. Then last year, another request was made. A Chinese ship wanted to dock in January. This time, Sri Lanka said no. In fact, they banned all research voyages for 1 year. But can you guess the name of that ship, the ship that wanted to dock in Sri Lanka? Xiang Yang Hong 03, the same ship that is now heading to the Maldives. It was built back in 2016. It is registered in the port city of Xiamen. The ship is around 100 meters long, 18 meters wide, and it can carry up to 4,800 tons. How is India reacting to this voyage? Reports say the Indian Navy is tracking the ship. It is well aware of the voyage. As for the political response, you can guess. India objected to the same ship docking in Sri Lanka, so the port call in Male is no different. The question is, what happens next? I'm afraid it's a waiting game. Maybe there won't be any research or spying this time. But what about the next time? What if more voyages follow? That's what happened in Sri Lanka too. But in Colombo, the leadership was mature enough to strike a balance. After a point, they said no. Can the leadership in Male do that? The indications are not good. Last month, the Maldivian government announced a big decision. They're cancelling a hydrography pact with India. It's basically a water survey agreement. India and the Maldives would jointly study the seabed. That was the pact. It was up for renewal this year, but President Mohammad Muizzu has said he will not renew it. So do you see the message here? First, Male cancels a survey pact with India, then a Chinese survey ship heads to the Maldives. So the concern is real. Whether it escalates or not is up to Male. We talked about the maturity of leadership in Sri Lanka, but that maturity came at a cost. It took a raging political and economic crisis for Colombo to course correct, to realize the Chinese threat. Hopefully the Maldives will do better. It's election year in America, and President Joe Biden is urging voters to not vote. Sounds bizarre? It's because it is. It began in the state of New Hampshire. This state has a Democratic primary lined up. That's where Democrats choose their presidential candidate. That's a primary, where you choose the presidential candidate of your party in America. But just days ahead of this primary, people here started getting a strange call. It was a robocall, but the voice was that of Joe Biden. He was asking Democrats to not vote in the primary, asking them to save their votes for November, which is when the presidential election will take place. Let me read out an excerpt from this call. This is what it says. Voting this Tuesday only enables the Republicans in their quest to elect Donald Trump again. So why is Biden asking people not to vote? Well, that's the thing. It's not him. It's not Joe Biden. This was a deep fake call. It was technology sounding like Biden.
It's a robocall for upcoming election, 2024, obviously. So I just want to be careful in that comment. But that call was indeed fake and not recorded by the president. I can confirm that. And so I just want to be really careful since it doesn't, it is a primary election. It is a campaign. Don't want to speak too much about that. Look, more broadly, as we talk about deep fakes, the president has been clear that there are risks associated with deep fakes. Fake images and misinformation can be exacerbated by emerging technologies.
Republicans deny any involvement in this. The Trump campaign says it was not them. But these calls went to almost 20,000 people. No one knows who was behind the calls. New Hampshire is investigating it now. And this episode has left experts and voters alarmed, not just in America, but the world over. Because 2024 is the year of elections. Nearly 70 countries are going to polls. That's over half of the global population. So there will be a lot of elections, which means there will be a lot of fake news and possibly deep fakes. They can replicate a person's voice. They can replicate a person's appearance. You can make a deep fake, do and say whatever you want, pretty much. Then there's audio deep fakes. They're cheap, easy to edit, and extremely difficult to trace, which makes them even more dangerous because deep fakes can alter reality. They can influence voters and by extension, influence election results. Just look at the survey from America. 81% voters say that deep fakes have impacted their decisions. 36% say deep fakes made them change their votes. 41% say they were misled by deep fakes. So it is a huge problem. In 2023, online deepfake videos surged by 550%. There were at least 500,000 audio and video deepfakes on social media platforms, and it's only growing this year. There's voice cloning, identity manipulation, AI-produced fake news, manipulated images. You name it, and AI does it for you. In Bangladesh, deepfakes took over the internet ahead of elections. The ruling party, the opposition, no one was spared, and that's because of how cheap they are. You could make deepfakes for as little as $24 a month. In Taiwan, voters faced a flood of deepfakes. They targeted pro-independence candidates. Most of them are believed to have come from China. In Pakistan, political parties themselves are using deepfakes. Imran Khan used an AI clone to address a rally. That's because he himself is in jail. And this is a big challenge for India too. It is the 6th most vulnerable country susceptible to deepfakes. The Prime Minister himself has spoken about this.
आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के कारण और उसमें भी डीप फेक के कारण जो एक नया संकट आ रहा है, भारत का बहुत बड़ा वर्ग ऐसा है कि उसके पास वेरिफिकेशन के लिए या ऑथेंटिफाई करने के लिए कोई उसके पास पैरेलल व्यवस्था नहीं है। और बाय एंड लार्ज आजादी की लड़ाई से लेकर के भारत में जिस भी चीजें से मीडिया शब्द जुड़ता है उसकी एक इज्जत है, और उसके कारण डीप फेक हो तो भी वो भरोसा कर लेता है यार ऐसे थोड़ा आया होगा, कुछ तो होगा। और ये बहुत बड़े संकट की तरफ जाएगा समाज में।
So what are companies and countries doing about it? OpenAI has taken steps to restrict the use of its products in politics. Facebook and Instagram will flag political deepfakes. If political advertisers use AI in ads, they will be required to flag it on their platforms. So there are a few guardrails, but there are many more gaps. And deepfakes are distorting the truth. Politicians can say and do outrageous things, then call it AI generated and get away with it. So there is no accountability. Here's what governments need to do: introduce and enforce regulation, provide deepfake identifiers, and limit or completely ban the use of AI in political campaigns. Here's what we as voters need to do: be more vigilant. If something looks or sounds fishy, double check. Turn to traditional sources of news, not random reels or TikTok videos. And if you cannot verify something, do not hit forward. Because in 2024, it is not just power that is up for grabs, it is reality itself. Now let's focus on Africa, as New Delhi is doing. Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar is visiting the continent, two countries specifically, Uganda and Nigeria. In Uganda, he attended the NAM summit. NAM stands for the Non-Aligned Movement. India was among the founders of this group. This was during the Cold War years. The idea was to not align with any camp, hence they were non-aligned. After the Cold War, the group struggled for relevance. And now the world is divided again in more than two camps. So what purpose does NAM serve? Here's what Minister Jaishankar said.
A multipolar world with a reformed UN at its core is key. Economic decentralization with greater regional production is so as well. But we must press for cultural rebalancing where all heritage is mutually respected.
A reformed United Nations and a multipolar world order. These goals stop India's diplomatic agenda. And guess who else wants the same? Africa, a continent of 54 countries chasing the same goals. This makes Africa an important partner for India. It is the second largest continent in the world, and in the current Western-led world order, Africa has been largely ignored. Not a single African country has a permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council. They do not get the representation they deserve. India is trying to change some of that. It has championed the cause of Africa. You saw that happen at the G20 summit. India was the president last year, and it pushed for the entry of the African Union, making the G20 the G21, group of 21 now, including the African Union. And now India is advocating for a reformed United Nations. It is talking about economic decentralization. Here's how Minister Jaishankar made that pitch.
While globalization has had many positive results, it has also undeniably led to very deep economic concentrations that much of the world today depends on production of a few geographies.
Jaishankar said this in Nigeria, his second stop on the Africa tour. He chose Nigeria to bring up globalization. He said the concept is being weaponized. Obviously, he was hinting at the ongoing conflicts, the wars in Ukraine and West Asia. They disrupt free trade, obstruct the movement of goods, and limit the freedom to travel. Overall, the world is left with fewer trade channels. Needless to say, this hurts the developing world more. Countries like India and Nigeria, where governments must support large populations. And globalization is the biggest casualty of conflict. But together, India and Africa can contain the damage by synergizing and expanding supply chains. New Delhi is making significant investments in Africa. Jaishankar spoke about that too.
We do see, if today I were to say if there are some big geopolitical bets that India is taking, one of the bets is on the rise of Africa. That we are betting that in the next decade, we're going to see an amazing transformation here.
India is betting on Africa's rise. It is opening doors for Indian corporates. They're being encouraged to invest in Africa, and the progress has been steady. India is already among Africa's top 5 investors. So far, almost 200 projects have been completed, another 65 are underway, and 81 are in the pipeline. India's trade with Africa is also rising. It has crossed $95 billion a year. India is offering concessional loans to African partners. So far, it has granted more than $12 billion. And there's potential for a lot more, because this is a relationship based on mutual interest and common goals, which is not to say there won't be challenges. There's a new scramble for Africa. China, Russia, the US, Europe, they're all looking to make the most of it. India cannot match their checkbooks. And India does not practice their military interventionism. So India must do what it does best. Build ties based on mutual respect, not get distracted by the other players, and play the long game. The big headline from Canada will impact students, foreign students. Canada has announced a new cap or limit to their entry. Intake will be cut by almost 35%, and this is applicable for 2 years. They will allow fewer foreign students to enter Canada. Why? To ease the pressure on the country's housing market. Housing in Canada is becoming unaffordable, and experts blame it on the spike in immigration. Last year, there were 1 million international students in Canada, out of which 37% were Indians. Now, the government plans to cut down their numbers. So how will this new cap work? And how will it impact Indian students? If you're planning to study in Canada, this next report is a must-watch for you.
Canada is a top destination for foreign students. There's affordable education, a high quality of life, low cost of living, and multiple job options. In 2023, there were over 1 million international students in Canada. But this year, the country has a different plan. It's capping the issue of student visas, almost by 35%. How will it work? The visa cap is a temporary one. It will last for 2 years. Canada can issue 364,000 student visas in 2024. Each province will be allocated a portion of that. This will be decided by 2 factors: the population of the area and the current student intake. Provinces will then decide how to divide them among colleges and universities. So, what are the other new rules? Canada will also set a limit on postgraduate work permits. Earlier, it was easy to get them, which is why many students preferred Canada. It was a simple path to permanent residency. But now, Canada is capping issuing of work permits. It's to encourage students to return to their home countries. So who will be eligible for these permits? People pursuing master's or postdoctorate programs can get them, but it will now only be for 3 years. Also, spouses of international students are no longer eligible. So why is the government cracking down now? Like I said, Canada is a popular destination for students, but that's led to a housing crisis. More students means a shortage in apartments, and that has pushed up the rents. They have risen by 22% in the last 2 years. Home prices too are almost unaffordable. They are at an average of $550,000. So, rented apartments are hard to find. Housing prices have skyrocketed. And all of this is impacting Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's popularity. Canada is going to polls in 2025, which explains the gap that's happening right now. But how will this impact Canada's economy? Canada has always had an open immigration policy. It's to fill up job vacancies and replace the aging workforce. Every year, international students contribute $16.4 billion to the economy. Canadian banks benefit from the influx of new students. That's because each student is required to have a GIC or Guaranteed Investment Certificate. This is an amount of more than 20,000 Canadian dollars. It's to cover their living expenses. Plus, it would impact the businesses, especially the restaurants and retail sector. Students make up for 4.6% of the 1.1 million workers in the food industry. Many businesses have already warned about shortages. Now, how will this impact Indians? Indians make up for 37% of all foreign students in Canada. Around 320,000 Indians already live here on student visas. A cap will obviously impact intake. Getting a visa will be much harder now. Many Indian students will lose out on opportunities. While this may help Canada preserve its resources, it will have an impact on its position as a top destination for students and drive them to go and study elsewhere.
Now let's turn to Canada's western border. As Russian President Vladimir Putin has allegedly done, the rumor mills are ablaze. Putin is apparently eyeing his next prize. This time he's supposedly going for an old Russian outpost, the US state of Alaska. Yes, the rumors are that Putin wants Alaska back. Alaska was once a part of the Russian Empire, but Moscow sold the land back in 1867 to the still fledgling country called the United States of America. This was before the Great Rivalry, before the Cold War, before the modern hostilities, and before anything of value had ever been discovered in Alaska. Russia had sold a frozen wasteland to the US for the then princely sum of $7.2 million. But now reports say that Putin is unhappy and that he's declared the sale of Alaska quote-unquote illegal. But this is not true. It's an absurd rumor spread to either incite fear or just grab eyeballs. Either way, there's no truth to it. So why did these rumors begin? Because of a law that Putin signed a few days ago. He signed a decree on the 18th of January. Putin allocated some funds to Russia's Department of Foreign Property. These are to help find, register, and give legal protection to Russian property abroad. It's basically about protecting Russian assets, some of which are being held hostage by foreign governments. And this has been the case since Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022. So Putin's order is not really unusual. The Alaska rumors began because of the language of this decree. It mentioned protecting Russian property, including the property of the Soviet Union and the Russian Empire. The Soviet Union fell in December 1991. The Russian Empire lasted between 1721 and 1917. So someone thought Putin wants to claim everything that Russia ever owned, from the 1700s till today. And that would include Alaska. This is how the rumors started. And they've even spread to the corridors of the White House.
Let me just understand that he signed something today that said the sale of Alaska is illegitimate. Right. Well, I think I speak for all of us in the U.S. government to say that certainly he is not getting it back.
As if that exchange weren't ridiculous enough, Russia reacted to it. This is a tweet by Dmitry Medvedev, Putin's ally and former Russian president and prime minister. He says, and I'm quoting, according to a State Department representative, Russia is not getting back Alaska, which was sold to the US in the 19th century. This is it then. And we've been waiting for it to be returned any day. Now, war is unavoidable. Please note the laughing emoji at the end. That should mean that World War III is not starting. Not over Alaska at any rate. But while the Russians have been laughing over the Alaska rumors, another historical claim maybe no laughing matter. This is Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky making headlines, again over a decree about historical land. The decree is on the territories of the Russian Federation historically inhabited by Ukrainians. He says these lands were once inhabited by Ukrainians, but they stayed with Russia after Ukraine became independent. Now, Zelensky does not want this land back, but he says crimes were committed against the people who lived there. He says Russia systematically destroyed their national identity, and Zelensky wants his country to cooperate with these ethnic Ukrainians in Russia. He wants to revive their Ukrainian identity and counter what he calls Russian propaganda. This is not as alarming as Putin wanting to take back Alaska, but it's a different sort of land grab. Over time, the revived ethnic Ukrainians may want to secede from Russia and perhaps join Ukraine someday. Of course, there's no real way for Zelensky to enforce this decree. It's a stunt to drive wedges into Russia's social fabric. But it proves that the rift between Russians and Ukrainians is growing, and the wounds may last for years to come. Our next story is from the Philippines. The country has defied the ICC once again. That's the International Criminal Court. President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. made a statement today. He said the Philippines will not lift a finger to assist the ICC. Those were his words. This is in their probe into the country's war on drugs. Thousands have been killed in the Philippines under this drug war. Vigilante death squads used to roam the streets. They assassinated people in broad daylight. Many were criminals, but many were innocent civilians as well. The death squad culture was blamed on the country's former president, Rodrigo Duterte. He's the one that the ICC is ultimately investigating, but his allies say that the ICC has no right to go after him, that they keep defying the institution, which keeps looking more and more irrelevant. Here's our report.
The International Criminal Court. It was formed in 2002 to prosecute individuals for the worst international crimes: genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes. It has international jurisdiction to go after the worst of the worst, making it a shining light fighting against everything wrong in the world. At least that was the sales pitch. The reality is very different. The ICC is a paper tiger. The Hague-based court is dependent on the cooperation of national governments. If a country doesn't cooperate, the ICC doesn't work. Take the Philippines, for example. The ICC is looking into the country's war on drugs, a heroic-sounding name for a brutal period of extrajudicial killings. The Philippines had a drug problem, and the government solution was apparently to kill everyone in sight. This was under the previous president, Rodrigo Duterte. Before becoming president, Duterte was a mayor of the city of Davao. He ruled the city for almost 2 decades and made Davao famous for the DDS, the Davao Death Squad. They killed drug dealers, street children, and anyone allegedly involved in criminal activities. They allegedly had the support of the police and of the city's elected officials, like Duterte. Over the years, Davao got the reputation of being a safe city, except for all the daylight murders, of course, and Duterte used this to win the presidency in 2016. He promised to replicate the Davao model all over the Philippines, and what followed was a bloodbath. The official death toll is about 6,200. Unofficially, it crossed 27,000. And we don't know how many of the victims were even related to drugs and how many were collateral damage. The Philippines was under the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court till 2019. So the court began investigating. This was in 2016, when Duterte had just become president. Obviously, Duterte stalled it. He even stopped the country from being party to the ICC in 2019. But the court persisted. It said it would still investigate all the drug war crimes between 2011 and 2019. But it won't have any help from the country. The current president, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., is allied with Duterte. Their political parties are in the same coalition. Duterte's daughter is Marcos Jr.'s vice president, so of course he won't help put the former president in jail. The the politicians are calling the ICC a threat to national sovereignty. They say it undermines the country's criminal justice system. The ICC is unlikely to achieve any success in the Duterte case, adding to a long list of the court's failures. It can't investigate countries that were never party to it, not even countries with a history of war crimes like the US. The ICC constantly tries to bite off more than it can chew, like by putting out an arrest warrant for Russian President Vladimir Putin. The ICC needs serious reform. It needs to be given teeth and a proper international mandate. If not, every nation it inconveniences will just keep showing it the door.
Growing up in a big family can be amazing, but it comes with perils. Like race for the last slice of pizza, struggle to grab the TV remote, and a barrage of hand-me-downs, where worn clothes are passed down from older to younger siblings, and personal taste goes for a toss. Maybe that's why second-hand clothes got a bad name, or maybe it was the resale shops of the olden days. They were a rummage fest and screamed poor quality and poor hygiene. Thankfully, second-hand fashion has come a long way since. It has moved from fringes of the society to the mainstream and has picked up quirky names along the way, like thrifted, upcycled, or pre-loved clothing. Call them what you want, but pre-loved clothes are having their moment. The global clothing resale market is worth $193 billion. It's expected to hit $350 billion by 2027. There are two main reasons behind this boom. One is the cost of living crisis. Buying used clothes, shoes or bags is a frugal choice, and many times a smart one. Which brings me to the second reason, sustainability. 80 billion pieces of new clothing are purchased every year the world over, 80 billion. But every 3 in 5 of these items end up in landfills within years. So pre-loved clothes can save money, reduce carbon footprints, and in doing so, grab the attention of the usually attention deficit Gen Z. The young are largely driving the shift. They form 31% of the consumer base for resold fashion, also 90% of the user base for some online fashion reselling stores. Hashtag Vintage has about 30 billion views on TikTok, the young generation's favorite app, 30 billion. This doesn't mean older generations are not interested. Just look at children's wear. It's the fastest growing apparel resale category, meaning parents are interested too. So upcycled fashion has become big business, but buying pre-loved is only one part of the story. Selling it is the flip side. Consumers now declutter their wardrobes, sell items they no longer wear, and make a quick buck. This is especially true for, and you guessed it, Gen Z. They make 44% of those reselling apparel, and the process has become easier with time. There are online portals to resell items. In the UK, eBay saw a 20% annual rise in 2023 for second-hand fashion listings. There are thrift stores on Instagram too. They have become a big deal in India. People source items, clean them, style them for a photo shoot, market, package, then sell. And that's not all. You see, a circular economy is in process. So mainstream retailers want a slice. Clothing giant H&M has a resale service. Selfridges, an upscale British department store, has a vintage channel. Asda too has a successful second-hand clothing division. The high-end fashion market is being redefined as well. Luxury handbags, shoes or watches have become an asset. Their price usually increases with time, so people simply resell these products after use and get more than their money's worth. 62% of resellers reportedly get more than they spent. And our major brands want in as well. Balenciaga has a resale program across America, Europe and Singapore. Owners can sell their pre-owned products to the brand and get paid for it. Luxury bag maker Coach has a resale program too. Watch brand Rolex offers pre-loved watches in Europe. Meanwhile, Kering, the parent company of Gucci, invested $193 million in a pre-loved e-tailer brand in 2022. Its transaction volume grew over 100% by 2023. So upcycled pieces are not only cheaper and more sustainable, they're changing the game of fashion. You see, to some, thrifting is a fad, to others a passion, and to many, the affordable choice now. But no matter the reason, the world seems to be loving pre-loved. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In China, houses shake as a 7.1 quake hits the Kyrgyzstan-Xinjiang border. In Portugal, the world's best big wave surfers dodge crashes for the top honors. And a paraplegic adventurer is skiing across the South Pole for spinal injury cure. Finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1950, Israel proclaimed Jerusalem as its capital. All branches of the Israeli government are located in Jerusalem. The city is also claimed by Palestinians as the capital of their future state. Most of the world does not recognize Israel's claim. We're leaving you on that note. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
very good evening. You're watching Breaking on CNN News 18 with me, Akanksha Swaroop. Now, two-time former Bihar Chief Minister Karpuri Takur has been acknowledged for uplifting the backward castes and will posthumously receive the Bharat Ratna award, which, as we all know, is the highest civilian award in our country. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also praised the late Bihar Chief Minister, highlighting the honour's significance. Bihar's current Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has also endorsed it, and the credit race has already intensified as the RJD has labelled it a political move. With Takur from other backward castes, it's seen as BJP's bid for Nitish Kumar's traditional support. His policies shaped backward politics in Bihar. Now, the recognition, which is 35 years after Karpuri Thakur's demise back in the year 1988, is viewed as BJP's strategic move just ahead of Bihar's 40 parliamentary seats in the upcoming general election. Let's also listen in to the reactions.
आप सबों के द्वारा जो मालूम हुआ टेलीविजन पर जो मैंने सुना तो मुझको खुशी का ठिकाना नहीं रह गया, क्योंकि 36 वर्षों तक मैं मांग करता आ रहा था, लेकिन उस पर विचार नहीं किया। एकाएक 100वां वर्ष पूरा होने के बाद एक दिन पहले भारत सरकार ने यह घोषणा किया, इतनी बड़ी उपाधि दी। मैं अपनी तरफ से और बिहार की जनता की तरफ से, आप सबों की तरफ से मैं भारत सरकार को बधाई देता हूं और अपनी तरफ से कृतज्ञता करता हूं।
श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने वो ऐतिहासिक काम कर दिखाया जो आज तक कोई प्रधानमंत्री नहीं कर पाया था। अति पिछड़ों की लड़ाई लड़ने वाले कर्पूरी जी को एक दूसरे अति पिछड़े के बेटे नरेंद्र मोदी ने भारत रत्न की उपाधि से सम्मानित करने का काम किया है। लालू यादव, नीतीश कुमार मांग करते थे कि भारत रत्न दिया जाए, लेकिन जब स्वयं केंद्र में मंत्री थे तो क्यों नहीं दिलवा पाए, और आज वो काम नरेंद्र मोदी ने कर दिखा दिया। तो कर्पूरी जी के सपनों को नरेंद्र मोदी साकार कर रहे हैं। कर्पूरी जी का पूरा जीवन गरीबों के प्रति समर्पित था। उन्होंने अंग्रेजी की अनिवार्यता को खत्म किया।
कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को भारत रत्न देने का फैसला केंद्र सरकार ने किया है। जो बीजेपी कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को जीते जी गाली दे रही थी, 9 वर्षों तक याद नहीं आया। ये तो हम लोगों के दबाव में हमारे नेता आदरणीय लालू प्रसाद जी, हमारी पार्टी लगातार इस मांग को कर रही थी कि भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए। अब चुनाव नज़दीक है तो अब कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी याद आ रहे हैं, उनको भारत रत्न दिया है केंद्र सरकार ने। इनको अभी कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी याद आ रहे हैं वोट के लिए।
All right, for more details, let's quickly go across to Arunima, who's joining me on the phone line. Arunima, before we delve into the politics of this, important to highlight why Karpuri Thakur is known as the Jan Nayak and the Messiah for the marginalized.
So his political guru was Ram Manohar Lohia. He's a dyed-in-the-wool socialist politician who's always fought for the downtrodden, who's always fought for those who are considered backward in the societal scheme of things. He's credited with thinking for the first time that backwards must have reservation in government jobs for the upliftment of the backward community. And he's had a long struggle as far as the socialist politics is concerned. And therefore you see when the announcement came, the socialist politicians, be it the Samajwadi Party, be it the RJD or the JDU, they are the first ones of the bloc to welcome this, because this has been a demand for long. And this is being seen as a masterstroke by the Bharatiya Janata Party, given the fact that in the last couple of months, you've seen the Congress and the opposition parties repeatedly attacking the Narendra Modi government on the issue of the backward caste, saying that what are you doing for them? Why are you not holding the caste census? What is it that you're afraid of? So in that backdrop, I think this decision by the Modi government will be considered a political masterstroke for Bihar and Uttar Pradesh.
A political masterstroke for sure, Arunima, because considering at a time when the Mandal Kamandal politics is only intensifying, we've also seen political players in Bihar also stake claim to Karpuri Thakur's overall persona. How, when you say it is a masterstroke, do also walk us through how this was a legacy which so far was only being claimed by Nitish Kumar, and why so?
See, Nitish Kumar, Lalu Prasad Yadav are part of the same political struggle, which has now led to two distinct political outfits coming up, which is the RJD and the JDU. But they started their career together. They all came out of the JP movement, and the socialist movement before that of Ram Manohar Lohia, of Karpuri Thakur, had their influence on these Bihar politicians. Sushil Modi, I would say, is the third of that troika. They have all emerged from that kind of politics. And Karpuri Thakur, who came from the Nai community, it's a backward community in Bihar, and therefore his contribution. And there are a lot of stories about Karpuri Thakur. One which says that once he fell really ill, he was a two-time former Chief Minister of Bihar, and when Indira Gandhi offered to get him treated at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, he refused, saying that I am a common man, I will get treated just as a common man does. As a two-time Chief Minister, again, he was entitled to a plot of land so that after quitting active politics, he could live like a former Chief Minister. He refused that too. So that is the legacy of Karpuri Thakur, that a lot of people of his generation or people who have seen old school politics still remember, very different from politics that we see today.
In fact, interestingly, he was Chief Minister twice but for short tenures, but it was the gravity of the decisions that he took during those tenures that sort of outsize the tenure that he was the Chief Minister for. And on that note, in fact, let me also read out what Nitish Kumar's, the Bihar Chief Minister's tweet has been. He's gone on to say that पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री और महान समाजवादी नेता स्वर्गीय कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी का देश का सर्वोच्च सम्मान भारत रत्न दिया जाना हार्दिक प्रसन्नता का विषय है। केंद्र सरकार का ये अच्छा निर्णय है। स्वर्गीय कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को उनकी 100वीं जयंती पर दिया जाने वाला ये सर्वोच्च सम्मान दलितों, वंचितों और उपेक्षित तबकों के बीच सकारात्मक भाव पैदा करेगा। On that note, let me also bring in Aman, who's joining me on the phone line. Aman, Arunima was calling it a master stroke, and I couldn't agree more, because now you finally have a Nitish Kumar going on to say that केंद्र सरकार का ये अच्छा निर्णय है, when you have the BJP now arguing it, that why couldn't Nitish Kumar fetch this order, this kind of an honor for his own mentor when he was a union minister?
Well, absolutely. And, this also comes in the light of Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav. And before that, Tejashwi's father, Lalu Prasad Yadav, all these years saying that Karpuri Thakur should be given the Bharat Ratna. It's been a demand that at least I have been hearing since 2016, 2017. But it is finally the BJP government, the Narendra Modi government, which has, honored Mr. Karpuri Thakur posthumously with a Bharat Ratna. This also coming, after his centenary year. Mr. Karpuri Thakur was born in 1924 in one of the most backward sections of the society, the Nai Samaj. And 2024 is his birth centenary year, in which the Modi government, just a couple of days before the Republic Day, has announced this big honor for Karpuri Thakur. It also, in a way, shows that, this whole caste census debate which has been triggered from Bihar, the BJP has clearly gone out and said that, look, the biggest icon of social justice from Bihar, Karpuri Thakur, is being honored with the country's highest honor, the civilian honor, Bharat Ratna, for his lifelong dedication to the upliftment of the underprivileged sections of the society. And if you see the Modi government's history with Bharat Ratna, since the Modi government has come to power, 6 Bharat Ratnas have been given. Mr. Karpuri Thakur is the 6th person to get a Bharat Ratna, 5 of them posthumously. So this also shows that, the government stand that, people who deserve the Bharat Ratna so much, many years back, they should have got the Bharat Ratna, but they did not get it. It is the Modi government which is honoring those people now, be it Mr. Bhupen Hazarika, after his death, or be it other senior leaders, even who were given in the past few years. All of them have actually been honored by the Modi government.
And as far as Karpuri Thakur is concerned, it indeed has been a masterstroke of the BJP government, especially of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, at a time when the JDU and RJD seem to be claiming to be carrying the legacy of the former Bihar Chief Minister. Many thanks to you, Aman, for putting that entire story into perspective for us. And with that, let's also bring you some more political reactions that have poured in.
देखिए, आज बिहार के लिए और देश के लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है। हमारे जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को भारत सरकार ने भारत रत्न देने का निर्णय किया है। मैं मोदी जी को, राष्ट्रपति जी को, सबको बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बिहार के लोग खुशी से झूम रहे हैं। जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर अति पिछड़ा समाज के, बिहार के मिट्टी के लाल थे। उन्होंने गरीबी से निकलकर जिस तरह समाज के लिए काम किया था, आज उनको ये उचित सम्मान देने का काम भारत सरकार ने किया है। जितनी भी तारीफ की जाए कम है। आज बिहारी खुशी से झूम रहे हैं।
भारत के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को विशेष तौर पर धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि बिहार के गुदरी के लाल, बिहार के समाजवादी नेता, बिहार के महान स्वतंत्रता सेनानी सरदेव कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को उनके 100वीं जयंती पर भारत रत्न देकर बिहार जैसे प्रदेश का गौरवशाली इतिहास को संदेश देने का काम किया कि हमारे लिए, भारत के लिए जिन लोगों ने काम किया, उनको गरीबों को, पिछड़ों के लिए जिन लोगों ने काम किया, उन सरदेव कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी का सम्मान बड़ा करने का काम किया।
The announcement of Bharat Ratna to Jannayak Karpuri Thakur is inspirational, especially for the marginalized, for the extremely backward classes communities. It has to be looked beyond the conventional idea of social justice politics. Because Jannayak Karpuri Thakur, for the first time when he became the chief minister, he suffered a lot of discrimination from the feudal elements of our society. His recommendations of Mungeri Lal Commission and first time the Karpuri formula that was applied, that envisaged representation and reservation for economically weaker section among upper caste, for the women, for the EBCs and for the marginalized section.
सामाजिक न्याय के पुरोधा जननायक आदरणीय कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को मरणोपरांत भारत रत्न मिलने पर मैं हमारी भारत की सरकार और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आभार प्रकट करता हूं। लंबे समय से न सिर्फ बिहार वासियों की बल्कि देशवासियों की ये मांग रही थी कि कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को जन सेवा में उनके योगदान के लिए, जिस तरीके से उन्होंने पंक्ति पर, अंतिम पायदान पर खड़े व्यक्ति को मुख्य धारा के साथ जोड़ने के लिए आजीवन उन्होंने प्रयास किया, उनके इस प्रयासों को मद्देनजर रखते हुए भारत रत्न उनको जरूर मिलना चाहिए।
And with that, let's now shift focus over to Republic Day. Delhi is gearing up for Republic Day with a full dress rehearsal. Different tri-services contingents are all set to display their prowess on 26th of January. And modern machinery, state-of-art defense equipment will also be on display for the Grand Parade. My colleague Akash Sharma brings us a report.
Republic Day is a special occasion, and this year indigenous vehicles and equipments from the armed forces are going to make it even more special. Well, I'm standing in front of a specialist mobility vehicle in front of me, in fact, and this vehicle is a multi-purpose vehicle which has been designed and developed here in India only, and we have been given to understand that at this point in time, this year in Republic Day parade, we are going to see this particular vehicle in the parade, and I'll try to talk to the person concerned as to what are the functionalities, what are the capabilities and why it is so important.
पंजाब में चंडीगढ़ असेंबल होती है जी।
अच्छा,
ये पानी में भी चल सकती है जी, बर्फ में, रेत में, दलदल में।
अच्छा, ये मतलब सब जगह चल सकता है। तो अभी आप लोगों ने आर्मी को ये दे दिए हैं, कितने ट्रक दे दिए हैं इसे?
अभी तो ऑर्डर मिला ही, अभी देना ही। अच्छा। परेड के लिए 2 गाड़ी आई है।
परेड के लिए 2 गाड़ी आई। अच्छा, थोड़ा अगर हमें एक बार अंदर से भी दिखा पाएं, और दोनों ट्रक जो हैं वो इस बार कहें कि परेड में दिखाई देंगे। There you see, you have these seats inside this particular truck. This is the specialist mobility vehicle which we have been given to understand is capable of going into any sort of terrain and can carry at least 9 passengers and more than 1,000 kilo weight. Also, we have been told that at this point in time in the Republic Day parade, we are going to see 2 such trucks. This is the specialist mobility vehicle that is going to be center of attraction here in Republic Day parade 2024. A number of indigenous vehicles will be seen in Republic Day Parade 2024, and one such vehicle is this all-terrain vehicle. When we talk about the specifications, so we have been told that it can go to elevation points of 45 degree and is feasible working in terrains like what we have in Eastern Ladakh and also in Arunachal Pradesh. Talk to us about the particular display in the Republic Day parade. Other than this particular vehicle, what all we have in the indigenous category, and also if you can talk to us about the specification of this vehicle.
Talking about this particular vehicle, this is the ATV, the all-terrain vehicle. The specialty of this vehicle is that unlike the other vehicles, this vehicle can have the elevation of 45 degrees and depression of 60 degrees, and it can accommodate the troop strength of 4+2. And the particular thing about this is the suspension. It can wade across the certain obstacles, majorly in the northern terrain. And this particular being the ATV is indigenously made. This is
Sir, how many people can sit at once in this particular vehicle, and with weapon or without weapon?
Total of 3 people can sit in this particular vehicle and 2 at the back along with 1 driver.
This is the kind of suspension that we have. In fact, it looks very fascinating, and as far as officers are concerned, so they are in fact saying that this year you're going to see these indigenous vehicles. Some of them have been inducted and some of them are under trial, and Indian Army will be inducting these vehicles officially in the army. We know about drone-based drugs deliveries, drone-based weapon deliveries by Pakistan in the northern borders, and this is the reason why this device in front of me is very important. This time on Republic Day, we are going to see this drone jammer in the display, and I'll try to talk to the officer concerned as to what are the specifications and what is the work of this particular jammer. I'm joined by Madam Lieutenant Colonel Ankita Chauhan. Ma'am, if you can tell us about the particular device, the particular equipment, and also the kind of indigenization that we have in this particular device.
Right. Firstly, morning to you. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Ankita Chauhan. I'm the contingent commander for the drone jammer system, which is a recently inducted equipment by the Corps of Signals. So it is a countermeasure equipment which addresses the issue of the hostile drone activities, unauthorized hostile drone activities by countering the communication link. So it disrupts the communication link as well as the navigation link, because of which the drone ultimately falls off.
This is going to be a part of the display that we are going to see in the Republic Day Parade 2024, and Indian Army is going to see a number of indigenous products, and one of such product is this drone jammer that is very useful and very essential for the armed forces. And given the fact that we have activities in Jammu and Kashmir, activities in Punjab, to counter those activities, this device is very important.
सियावर रामचंद्र की जय, सियावर रामचंद्र की जय।
If our foreign policy were more true to who we were and who we are, how would those decisions have been different? And you can say this now, 75 years later, with the benefit of hindsight, those were the best informed decisions.
I have struggled with exactly that point, which is why I decided to write that one chapter, The Roads Not Taken.
You don't want to attend the Pran Pratishtha event because, you will become smaller players on a larger BJP or a Prime Minister show. But the Congress party and its leaders still do what they accuse the BJP of.
Bhagwan Krishna said every karma has some doshas, there will be some flaws in it. But you have to see positive things of so much. That weighs more.
So, is there anything wrong with the PM being the Yajaman?
Not at all.
The Nehru cabinet approved the rejuvenation, the reconstruction of the Somnath temple. Was that a Nehru Congress event, sir? If that was not a Congress event, then how is this a BJP event? I can't understand.
Very good evening. You're watching Breaking on CNN News 18 with me, Akanksha Swaroop. Now, two-time former Bihar Chief Minister Karpuri Thakur has been acknowledged for uplifting the backward castes and will posthumously receive the Bharat Ratna award, which, as we all know, is the highest civilian award in our country. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also praised the late Bihar Chief Minister, highlighting the honour's significance. Bihar's current Chief Minister Nitish Kumar has also endorsed it, and the credit race has already intensified as the RJD has labelled it a political move. With Thakur from other backward castes, it's seen as BJP's bid for Nitish Kumar's traditional support. His policies shaped backward politics in Bihar. Now, the recognition, which is 35 years after Karpuri Thakur's demise back in the year 1988, is viewed as BJP's strategic move just ahead of Bihar's 40 parliamentary seats in the upcoming general election. Let's also listen in to the reactions.
आप सबों के द्वारा जो मालूम हुआ टेलीविजन पर जो मैंने सुना तो मुझको खुशी का ठिकाना नहीं रह गया, क्योंकि 36 वर्षों तक मैं मांग करता आ रहा था, लेकिन उस पर विचार नहीं किया। एकाएक 100वां वर्ष पूरा होने के बाद एक दिन पहले भारत सरकार ने यह घोषणा किया, इतनी बड़ी उपाधि दी। मैं अपनी तरफ से और बिहार की जनता की तरफ से, आप सबों की तरफ से मैं भारत सरकार को बधाई देता हूं और अपनी तरफ से कृतज्ञता ज्ञापित करता हूं।
श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने वो ऐतिहासिक काम कर दिखाया जो आज तक कोई प्रधानमंत्री नहीं कर पाया था। अति पिछड़ों की लड़ाई लड़ने वाले कर्पूरी जी को एक दूसरे अति पिछड़े के बेटे नरेंद्र मोदी ने भारत रत्न की उपाधि से सम्मानित करने का काम किया है। लालू यादव, नीतीश कुमार मांग करते थे कि भारत रत्न दिया जाए, लेकिन जब स्वयं केंद्र में मंत्री थे तो क्यों नहीं दिलवा पाए, और आज वो काम नरेंद्र मोदी ने कर दिखा दिया। तो कर्पूरी जी के सपनों को नरेंद्र मोदी साकार कर रहे हैं। कर्पूरी जी का पूरा जीवन गरीबों के प्रति समर्पित था। उन्होंने अंग्रेजी की अनिवार्यता को खत्म किया।
कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को भारत रत्न देने का फैसला केंद्र सरकार ने किया है। जो बीजेपी कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को जीते जी गाली दे रही थी, 9 वर्षों तक याद नहीं आया। ये तो हम लोगों के दबाव में हमारे नेता आदरणीय लालू प्रसाद जी, हमारी पार्टी लगातार इस मांग को कर रही थी कि भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए। अब चुनाव नज़दीक है तो अब कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी याद आ रहे हैं, उनको भारत रत्न दिया है केंद्र सरकार ने। इनको अभी कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी याद आ रहे हैं वोट के लिए।
All right, for more details, let's quickly go across to Arunima, who's joining me on the phone line. Arunima, before we delve into the politics of this, important to highlight why Karpuri Thakur is known as the Jan Nayak and the Messiah for the marginalized.
So his political guru was Ram Manohar Lohia. He's a dyed-in-the-wool socialist politician who's always fought for the downtrodden, who's always fought for those who are considered backward in the societal scheme of things. He's credited with thinking for the first time that backwards must have reservation in government jobs for the upliftment of the backward community. And he's had a long struggle as far as the socialist politics is concerned. And therefore you see when the announcement came, the socialist politicians, be it the Samajwadi Party, be it the RJD or the JDU, they are the first ones of the bloc to welcome this, because this has been a demand for long, and this is being seen as a masterstroke by the Bharatiya Janata Party, given the fact that in the last couple of months you've seen the Congress and the opposition parties repeatedly attacking the Narendra Modi government on the issue of the backward caste, saying that what are you doing for them? Why are you not holding the caste census? What is it that you're afraid of? So in that backdrop, I think this decision by the Modi government will be considered a political masterstroke for Bihar and Uttar Pradesh.
A political masterstroke for sure, Arunima, because considering at a time when the Mandal Kamandal politics is only intensifying, we've also seen political players in Bihar also stake claim to Karpuri Thakur's overall persona. How, when you say it is a masterstroke, do also walk us through how this was a legacy which so far was only being claimed by Nitish Kumar, and why so?
See, Nitish Kumar, Lalu Prasad Yadav are are part of the same political struggle, which has now led to two distinct political outfits coming up, which is the RJD and the JDU. But they started their career together. They all came out of the JP movement, and the socialist movement before that of Ram Manohar Lohia, of Karpuri Thakur, had their influence on these Bihar politicians. Sushil Modi, I would say, is the third of that troika. They have all emerged from that kind of politics. And Karpuri Thakur, who came from the Nai community, it's a backward community in Bihar, and therefore his contribution. And there are a lot of stories about Karpuri Thakur. One which says that once he fell really ill. He was a two-time former Chief Minister of Bihar, and when Indira Gandhi offered to get him treated at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, he refused, saying that I am a common man, I will get treated just as a common man does. As a two-time Chief Minister, again, he was entitled to a plot of land so that after quitting active politics, he could live like a former Chief Minister. He refused that too. So that is the legacy of Karpuri Thakur, that a lot of people of his generation or people who have seen old school politics still remember, very different from politics that we see today.
In fact, interestingly, he was Chief Minister twice but for short tenures, but it was the gravity of the decisions that he took during those tenures that sort of outsize the tenure that he was the Chief Minister for. And on that note, in fact, let me also read out what Nitish Kumar's, the Bihar Chief Minister's tweet has been. He's gone on to say that पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री और महान समाजवादी नेता स्वर्गीय कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी का देश का सर्वोच्च सम्मान भारत रत्न दिया जाना हार्दिक प्रसन्नता का विषय है। केंद्र सरकार का ये अच्छा निर्णय है। स्वर्गीय कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को उनकी 100वीं जयंती पर दिया जाने वाला ये सर्वोच्च सम्मान दलितों, वंचितों और उपेक्षित तबकों के बीच सकारात्मक भाव पैदा करेगा। On that note, let me also bring in Aman, who's joining me on the phone line. Aman, Arunima was calling it a master stroke, and I couldn't agree more, because now you finally have a Nitish Kumar going on to say that केंद्र सरकार का ये अच्छा निर्णय है. When you have the BJP now arguing it, that why couldn't Nitish Kumar fetch this order, this kind of an honor for his own mentor when he was a union minister?
Well, absolutely. And, this also comes in the light of Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav. And before that, Tejashwi's father, Lalu Prasad Yadav, all these years saying that Karpuri Thakur should be given the Bharat Ratna. It's been a demand that at least I have been hearing since 2016, 2017. But it is finally the BJP government, the Narendra Modi government, which has, honored Mr. Karpuri Thakur posthumously with the Bharat Ratna. This also coming, after his centenary year. Mr. Karpuri Thakur was born in 1924 in one of the most backward sections of the society, the Nai Samaj. And 2024 is his birth centenary year, in which the Modi government, just a couple of days before the Republic Day, has announced this big honor for Karpuri Thakur. It also, in a way, shows that, this whole caste census debate which has been triggered from Bihar, the BJP has clearly gone out and said that, look, the biggest icon of social justice from Bihar, Karpuri Thakur, is being honored with the country's highest honor, the civilian honor, Bharat Ratna, for his lifelong dedication to the upliftment of the underprivileged sections of the society. And if you see the Modi government's history with Bharat Ratna, since the Modi government has come to power, 6 Bharat Ratnas have been given. Mr. Karpuri Thakur is the 6th person to get a Bharat Ratna, 5 of them posthumously. So this also shows that, the government stand that, people who deserve the Bharat Ratna so much, many years back, they should have got the Bharat Ratna, but they did not get it. It is the Modi government which is honoring those people now, be it Mr. Bhupen Hazarika, after his death, or be it other senior leaders, even who were given in the past few years. All of them have actually been honored by the Modi government.
And as far as Karpuri Thakur is concerned, it indeed has been a masterstroke of the BJP government, especially of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, at a time when the JDU and RJD seem to be claiming to be carrying the legacy of the former Bihar Chief Minister. Many thanks to you, Aman, for putting that entire story into perspective for us. And with that, let's also bring you some more political reactions that have poured in.
देखिए, आज बिहार के लिए और देश के लिए बहुत खुशी की बात है। हमारे जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को भारत सरकार ने भारत रत्न देने का निर्णय किया है। मैं मोदी जी को, राष्ट्रपति जी को, सबको बहुत बधाई देता हूं। बिहार के लोग खुशी से झूम रहे हैं। जननायक कर्पूरी ठाकुर अति पिछड़ा समाज के, बिहार के मिट्टी के लाल थे। उन्होंने गरीबी से निकलकर जिस तरह समाज के लिए काम किया था, आज उनको ये उचित सम्मान देने का काम भारत सरकार ने किया है। जितनी भी तारीफ की जाए कम है। आज बिहारी खुशी से झूम रहे हैं।
भारत के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को विशेष तौर पर धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि बिहार के गुदरी के लाल, बिहार के समाजवादी नेता, बिहार के महान स्वतंत्रता सेनानी सरदेव कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को उनके 100वीं जयंती पर भारत रत्न देकर बिहार जैसे प्रदेश का गौरवशाली इतिहास को संदेश देने का काम किया कि हमारे लिए, भारत के लिए जिन लोगों ने काम किया, उनको गरीबों को, पिछड़ों के लिए जिन लोगों ने काम किया, उन सरदेव कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी का सम्मान बड़ा करने का काम किया।
The announcement of Bharat Ratna to Jannayak Karpuri Thakur is inspirational, especially for the marginalized, for the extremely backward classes communities. It has to be looked beyond the conventional idea of social justice politics. Because Jannayak Karpuri Thakur, for the first time when he became the chief minister, he suffered a lot of discrimination from the feudal elements of our society. His recommendations of Mungeri Lal Commission and first time the Karpuri formula that was applied, that envisaged representation and reservation for economically weaker section among upper caste, for the women, for the EBCs and for the marginalized section.
सामाजिक न्याय के पुरोधा जननायक आदरणीय कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को मरणोपरांत भारत रत्न मिलने पर मैं हमारी भारत की सरकार और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी का आभार प्रकट करता हूं। लंबे समय से न सिर्फ बिहार वासियों की बल्कि देशवासियों की ये मांग रही थी कि कर्पूरी ठाकुर जी को जन सेवा में उनके योगदान के लिए, जिस तरीके से उन्होंने पंक्ति पर, अंतिम पायदान पर खड़े व्यक्ति को मुख्य धारा के साथ जोड़ने के लिए आजीवन उन्होंने प्रयास किया, उनके इस प्रयासों को मद्देनजर रखते हुए भारत रत्न उनको जरूर मिलना चाहिए।
And with that, let's now shift focus over to Republic Day. Delhi is gearing up for Republic Day with a full dress rehearsal. Different tri-services contingents are all set to display their prowess on 26th of January. And modern machinery, state-of-art defense equipment will also be on display for the Grand Parade. My colleague Palki Sharma brings us a report.
Republic Day is a special occasion, and this year indigenous vehicles and equipments from the armed forces are going to make it even more special. Well, I'm standing in front of a specialist mobility vehicle in front of me, in fact, and this vehicle is a multi-purpose vehicle which has been designed and developed here in India only, and we have been given to understand that at this point in time, this year, in Republic Day parade, we are going to see this particular vehicle in the parade, and I'll try to talk to the person concerned as to what are the functionalities, what are the capabilities and why it is so important.
पंजाब में चंडीगढ़ असेंबल होती है जी।
अच्छा,
ये पानी में भी चल सकती है जी, बर्फ में, रेत में, दलदल में।
अच्छा, ये मतलब सब जगह चल सकता है। तो अभी आप लोगों ने आर्मी को ये दे दिए हैं, कितने ट्रक दे दिए हैं इसे?
अभी तो ऑर्डर मिला ही, अभी देना ही। अच्छा। परेड के लिए 2 गाड़ी आई है।
परेड के लिए 2 गाड़ी आई। अच्छा, थोड़ा अगर हमें एक बार अंदर से भी दिखा पाएं, और दोनों ट्रक जो हैं वो इस बार कहें कि परेड में दिखाई देंगे। There you see, you have these seats inside this particular truck. This is the specialist mobility vehicle which we have been given to understand is capable of going into any sort of terrain and can carry at least 9 passengers and more than 1,000 kilo weight. Also, we have been told that at this point in time in the Republic Day parade, we are going to see 2 such trucks. This is the specialist mobility vehicle that is going to be center of attraction here in Republic Day parade 2024. A number of indigenous vehicles will be seen in Republic Day Parade 2024, and one such vehicle is this all-terrain vehicle. When we talk about the specifications, so we have been told that it can go to elevation points of 45 degree and is feasible working in terrains like what we have in Eastern Ladakh and also in Arunachal Pradesh. Talk to us about the particular display in the Republic Day parade. Other than this particular vehicle, what all we have in the indigenous category, and also if you can talk to us about the specification of this vehicle.
Talking about this particular vehicle, this is the ATV, the all-terrain vehicle. The specialty of this vehicle is that unlike the other vehicles, this vehicle can have the elevation of 45 degrees and depression of 60 degrees, and it can accommodate the troop strength of 4+2. And the particular thing about this is the suspension. It can wade across the certain obstacles, majorly in the northern terrain. And this particular being the ATV is indigenously made. This is
Sir, how many people can sit at once in this particular vehicle, and with weapon or without weapon?
Total of 3 people can sit in this particular vehicle and 2 at the back along with 1 driver.
This is the kind of suspension that we have. In fact, it looks very fascinating, and as far as officers are concerned, so they are in fact saying that this year you're going to see these indigenous vehicles. Some of them have been inducted and some of them are under trial, and Indian Army will be inducting these vehicles officially in the army. We know about drone-based drugs deliveries, drone-based weapon deliveries by Pakistan in the northern borders, and this is the reason why this device in front of me is very important. This time on Republic Day, we are going to see this drone jammer in the display, and I'll try to talk to the officer concerned as to what are the specifications and what is the work of this particular jammer. I'm joined by Madam Lieutenant Colonel Ankita Chauhan. Ma'am, if you can tell us about the particular device, the particular equipment, and also the kind of indigenization that we have in this particular device.
Right. Firstly, morning to you. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Ankita Chauhan. I'm the contingent commander for the drone jammer system, which is a recently inducted equipment by the Corps of Signals. So it is a countermeasure equipment which addresses the issue of the hostile drone activities, unauthorized hostile drone activities by countering the communication link. So it disrupts the communication link as well as the navigation link, because of which the drone ultimately falls off.
This is going to be a part of the display that we are going to see in the Republic Day Parade 2024, and Indian Army is going to see a number of indigenous products, and one of such product is this drone jammer that is very useful and very essential for the armed forces. And given the fact that we have activities in Jammu and Kashmir, activities in Punjab, to counter those activities, this device is very important.
सियावर रामचंद्र की जय, सियावर रामचंद्र की जय।
If our foreign policy were more true to who we were and who we are, how would those decisions have been different? And you can say this now, 75 years later, with the benefit of hindsight, those were the best informed decisions.
I have struggled with exactly that point, which is why I decided to write that one chapter, The Roads Not Taken.
You don't want to attend the Pran Pratishtha event because, you will become smaller players on a larger BJP or a Prime Minister show. But the Congress party and its leaders still do what they accuse the BJP of.
Bhagwan Krishna said every karma has some doshas, there will be some flaws in it. But you have to see positive things or so much. That weighs more.
So, is there anything wrong with the PM being the Yajman?
Not at all.
The Nehru cabinet approved the rejuvenation, the reconstruction of the Somnath temple. Was that a Nehru Congress event, sir? If that was not a Congress event, then how is this a BJP event? I can't understand. Viewers, the queue extended as far as the eye could see. Hundreds of thousands of ardent devotees have gathered in Ayodhya, anxious to catch a glimpse of their Ram, their Prabhu. Only a day earlier, their idol had been finally reinstated in his own birthplace, reversing the course of a painful 500-year-old history. The devout waited patiently, happy to brave the elements, the biting pre-dawn cold as the sun climbed higher into the horizon to bless the birth of a new age, an age marked by beneficence, tolerance and justice, virtues that Prime Minister Modi had declared in a poignant speech are to now epitomize the Indian state, taking inspiration from the Maryada of the ideal Purushottam. We are told that never has Ayodhya seen an invasion of Astha of this magnitude, not even at the height of the Ram Janambhoomi movement. Look at those pictures, viewers, in the middle of your screens. Millions gathered, perhaps only for a 30-second darshan, a glimpse. The Prime Minister had perhaps anticipated this unprecedented show of devotion. After all, he had made it a point to tell us that each one of us, irrespective of caste and creed, can identify himself with Ram's story and his moral dilemmas. This universal appeal means that the Lord transcends all divides across humanity. He is the veritable Sabke Ram.
राम भारत का विचार है, राम भारत का विधान है, राम भारत की चेतना है, राम भारत का चिंतन है, राम भारत की प्रतिष्ठा है, राम भारत का प्रताप है, राम प्रवाह है, राम प्रभाव है, राम नेति भी है, राम नीति भी है, राम नित्यता भी है, राम निरंतरता भी है, राम विभु है, विशद है, राम व्यापक है, विश्व है, विश्वात्मा है.
Unfortunately, despite everyday Bharatiyas from every walk of life, from every ideological persuasion, queuing up for a darshan, certain sections of the ideological left in India continue to insist that the Lord Ram in residence at Ayodhya is but only a political prop, a symbol not of piety and spirituality, but one exclusively of provocation and sorcery in the hands of the BJP to seduce voters ahead of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Listen to Congress Party leader and Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaiah, as he vows never to worship, as he calls him, the BJP's Ram.
ರಾಮಾಯಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮಚಂದ್ರ, ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮಣ, ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಸೀತಾದೇವಿ, ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಆಂಜನೇಯ ಇರೋದು. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ರಾಮನ್ನ ಪೂಜಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ರಾಮನ್ ಪೂಜಿಸಲ್ಲ.
The Congress's BJP's Ram jibe doesn't only undermine the significance of the Pran Pratishtha, but it also questions, many are saying, the bona fides of the devotees themselves. It is almost as if for the Congress, every pilgrimage and every pilgrim to Ayodhya is not a Ram Bhakt, but a BJP Bhakt, ready to play his part in worshipping a false god. That's what the BJP has been saying, viewers, all day today. Nothing, however, could be further from the truth. Instead, the devotees talk of the sacrifices they made to be in Ayodhya and the deeply spiritual motivations that drew them here. Some viewers are just plain happy to be at the feet of their Lord.
Everybody wants to just visit the temple, see the Ram Mandir, but you can see how the crowd here is. They don't want to wait, and there's a whole lot of chaotic situation right now. There is a heavy deployment over here of the personals, but they are not able to manage this much of crowd. All the bhakts over here, they really want to go inside and visit the Ram temple. There are so many people who still are chanting Ram Naam over here.
दर्शन अच्छे हुए? कितनी देर प्रतिमा के सामने खड़े रहे, आइडल के सामने खड़े रहे?
मैं तो दर्शन किया, उसके बाद पीछे चेयर रख के 2 मिनट दर्शन किया।
अरे वाह!
चेयर ऊपर चढ़ के मैंने दर्शन किया शांति से।
आगे जा नहीं सकते।
नहीं, थोड़ा देर रोकने का मौका दे रहे हैं वहाँ।
रोकने का मौका दे रहे हैं, प्रशासन सहयोग कर रहा है।
बहुत सहयोग कर रहे हैं।
We are all from Chennai, Tamil Nadu, and the experience is just cannot be decoded or expressed through the words, because it's purely goosebumps, and the devotion, the bhakti, and the way that it was organized by the entire government and the local police. It was amazing experience. As I told, we have been there for last 4 days, where we have been reciting the Ayvar Pasaram, the Divya Prabandham, at the Sugriva Kila temple, which is just 100 meters from the new temple. Overall, the experience was, it was an amazing experience.
An amazing experience. They are telling you about their motivations. To allege that the Ram who has returned to Aayodhya is an allegedly vengeful BJP god installed to mark the rise of Hindu exceptionalism and Hindutva triumphalism is to ignore some facts, viewers. And I always bring you the hard facts so you can get closer to the truth, so you can cut through some of the misinformation. I'm not calling it disinformation, I'm only calling it misinformation, in the hope that those who are spreading it correct themselves. Viewers, while the event is undeniably rich in political symbolism, there is also no doubt that it is consecrating some higher ideals. The Mandir, Ram Lalla's idol, and the Yajmans in attendance are not merely mortar and flesh. They have been assembled keeping in mind essential values. Let me run you through some of these values, viewers. One is inclusiveness. Why am I saying that? Because, viewers, it's not just a temple built to pay homage to Ram Lalla, but it will also house the idols, the images of deities and venerated figures from India's Hindu mythology. Viewers, we are talking about Jatayu, Shabrima, Valmiki, Parshuram. Why, viewers? Because they represent a number of sampradayas, a number of different denominations. And each one of these denominations, viewers, can then feed into the mainstream, feel connected to the mainstream. The Prime Minister, before the Pran Pratishtha, released a set of 6 stamps that commemorated Kevat Raj and also Ma Shabri, viewers, and several others, Jatayu, several others who are worshipped by many across the length or breadth of India and are connected intrinsically to Lord Ram. That is why I spoke about inclusivity. It also, viewers, is an embodiment. The temple superstructure is an embodiment of our territorial integrity. Soil, building material has been brought to construct the edifice from 10 or more states. The wood has been sourced from pretty much every major state of the country. Ram unifies Bharat territorially. Viewers, the Yajmans, in the ultimate ode to inclusiveness, belong to different castes, different regions of India, the 14 couples. All of them were there in the Garbhagriha, in the sanctum sanctorum. Viewers, not only in spirit, but in brick and mortar, this structure is an edifice to Sabka Bharat. And therefore, viewers, it is a little sad to constantly hear big, important politicians from the opposition constantly politicizing this great sea of devotion, viewers, that we are witnessing today. And let's open this up, because the fundamental question that pops into our mind is that, is the opposition so today overwhelmed by its own partisan outlook that it has become disconnected from the larger pulse of devotion, genuine devotion that is flowing towards the Lord? Let's ask that fundamental question, viewers, tonight. I want to begin by putting this question to Sanjay Jha, and I want to bring in Sanju Verma right at the top. Sanjay Jha, has the India alliance or India bloc misread Bharat's mood? This kind of unprecedented show of devotion, of love, ardency towards Lord Ram cannot be orchestrated. You missed out once before. Are you missing out once again? Because you're not being able to look or overlook your own hatred, perhaps, your own sense of bitterness, perhaps, I don't know what it is, against one man. Is that really what has taken hold today of the opposition? Sanjay Jha.
Yeah, Rahul, good evening. My short response to you in bullet points. Number one, the BJP or the RSS are not the custodians of Hinduism. They are the political custodians of the term Hindutva coined by Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. Hinduism is centuries old, a great religion, I'm part of it, very eclectic, compassionate, inclusive, universal. I don't think the BJP or the RSS are anywhere close to the original Hinduism, its tenets or its ethos. So I really frankly don't take the BJP and the RSS seriously at all. As far as the opposition is concerned, my point number two, they have been very categorical, Rahul, that we do not believe that this very sacred, pious, sacrosanct ceremony of the Pran Pratishtha should have been converted into a political project by the BJP, which we believe is absolutely incongruous, if not altogether shameful. Point number three, Narendra Modi himself had to concede yesterday that when he thanked the judiciary is what I have been saying on your program and the opposition has been saying for a long time. He acknowledged the truth that the Ram temple has happened because the Supreme Court took a unanimous decision. It has got nothing, zero to do with the BJP manifesto wanting to have a Ram temple. By the way, the Congress had the Ram temple in its 1991 manifesto. The Congress had a manifesto in 1991 that categorically said we'll have a Ram temple, but not at the cost of destroying the Babri Masjid. The BJP did exactly that, and we know how India has thereafter been splintered. Point number four, why was, if it is a religious function, why was, or rather why were the four Shankaracharyas, the true apostles, the seers of Hinduism, conspicuous by their absence? None of the four attended the Pran Pratishtha of Ram Lalla. Can you imagine that? Point number five, the President of India, the Commander-in-Chief, the head of state is not present on such a glorious occasion. What does it tell you about the respect that this government has for actually the people in our society who matter? And there are many people who attended, by the way, who said that Mr. Modi, and we saw some of the hoardings, I saw them on social media, was actually trying to overpower and overwhelm the bigger message of Ram Lalla.
All subjective, you know that.
Yeah,
whatever you're saying is all subjective. Let me get to the facts.
No, that doesn't matter.
One second. No, Sanjay, it does matter. Sanjay Jha, it does matter. Subjectivity.
I'm not done yet. I had to make one more point.
Okay, one second. Just 1 minute. 1 minute. Please, everyone, just take a deep breath. 1 second. I'll come out to you. No problems. We have enough time. Sanjay Jha, I asked you a simple question. I didn't ask about whether this was a political event. I conceded as much. There is political symbolism. Why are we running away from it? It was there when Rajiv Gandhi declared, as you've said in your manifesto, in your political manifesto, to make the Ram Mandir. Why grudge the BJP the same? Number two,
Because
it was the one
because
second. Just
it
Sanjay
said
Jha,
not
let me finish,
destroying
please.
the Babri
Look,
Masjid.
let me.
There's a
No one has said that, sir. Please, no one said that. Show me one statement where the BJP on record in any of its manifesto has said we will destroy the Babri Masjid. In fact, I have
But
the
they did that,
manifestos.
right?
2019.
But they ended up doing it.
2019. Sanjay Jha, can you show me one person who has gone to jail, implicated in the demolition? I'm not saying here that the
You want to read
demolition
the
didn't take
Librarian
place.
Commission?
Just one second.
Have you
Just
read
one
the
second.
Librarian
I'm talking
Commission?
about the verdict,
It
sir.
indicted
I'm
every
talking about the
BJP
verdict
leader,
because
including Vajpayee.
Sanjay Jha, you have very little faith in commissions. Only the commissions that you set up are the ones that are gospel. Anyone else sets up a commission, you don't believe it because you believe that they're government directed. And we've seen that. The Supreme Court had told a bunch of people to leave the premises and not waste the time of the court by making all sorts of imputations against Mr. Adani and go by what the commission has said. So one second, just a minute. I asked you a very simple question. All what you're saying might be true, but why abuse, insult Lord Ram and call him BJP's Ram? If you say that BJP doesn't own anybody, neither does it own the temple, neither does it own Lord Ram, then why is your chief minister branding Ram Lalla as some BJP apart as part of the BJP's general secretary, membership committee? Come on.
Okay.
Who are you abusing actually? Are you abusing Lord Ram or are you abusing the poor devotees who are going there to pay obeisance, not to some false god? Why are you calling the Ram Lalla who has come there, whose pratishtha has taken place with so many luminaries there, etc., a BJP's false god?
Can I answer your question?
Yeah, please, very quickly. I want to bring in Sanju Verma.
Yeah. Mr. Siddaramaiah is extremely clear. I think you got to look into what he's saying. He has the highest respects, as does the Congress party.
What does it mean, sir, BJP's Ram? We believe in Gandhi's Ram, not BJP's Ram. What does this Ram be? How has it got anything to do with the BJP? Explain to me.
Can I speak without your interruption? I don't know why you interrupted me when I was in the middle of my flow. Here it is. Let me repeat that again. Mr. Siddaramaiah's statement, I've heard it. He's talking about the fact nobody, and including him, has ever been disrespectful about any religion. Forget Hinduism or Ram Lalla at all.
I see.
What is he saying? He's saying that Ram Rajya he associates with Gandhi ji. And as far as Ram Lalla is concerned, we all know that the teachings of Ram or the entire philosophy of Ram is not what the BJP is following.
Viewers, he called the idol BJP's Ram, and when we are talking about disrespecting, let's go back into history a little bit. The Congress party refused to even accept the existence of Lord Ram, in whose honor Sanjay Jha tells me that that their manifesto had declared that they were going to be setting up a temple. For what? A god that never exists.
Said that, by the way.
Sir, no, one second. I'm only bringing out facts. I'm not bringing out rhetoric. These are facts.
The BJP in Parliament said that Goddess Sita was a matter of faith. There is no evidence.
One second. Sanju Verma, please respond. Please respond. Why should we today? Why should the BJP today take offence from the fact that the ceremony that we witnessed, according to the Congress, was to imbue life into BJP's Ram? Why should we? Why should the BJP?
Rahul, it is 16 minutes into your very engaging debate, and I want my time to put forth my facts out there for your audience. First and foremost, वो एक कहावत है, which most of us are aware of. श्री रामचंद्र कह गए सिया से, ऐसा कलयुग आएगा, हंस चुगेगा दाना दुनका, कौवा मोती खाएगा. But कलयुग जो होना था, वो when the Congress was in power for 5 or 6 decades, वो कलयुग हम देख चुके हैं. Since the start of 22nd January 2024, अब राम राज्य स्थापित हो गया है, and I'll tell you why. We all know this is a 500 or a 1500-year-old civilizational battle. So far, so good. The Supreme Court on the 9th of November 2019, which even Prime Minister Modi acknowledged, gave a unanimous verdict in favor of the Ram Mandir. All that is kosher. But, I have no problems if somebody says this is BJP's Ram. But I have a problem if somebody says that Narendra Modi and the BJP have nothing to do with the Ram Mandir and the consecration ceremony on the 22nd of January, and I'll tell you why. Point number one, for the longest time, BJP has been accused by no less than leaders from the Congress, including suspended leaders like Sanjay Jha. Each time we brought up the issue of Ram Mandir, they said, "Arey, ye to BJP ka majoritarian agenda hai." Forget about the fact that it was in the 1989 Palampur resolution when BJP brought the Ram Mandir issue for the first time onto the national political landscape of our country. Forget about the fact that Ravi Shankar Prasad, who was then a union cabinet minister in the Modi government, fought on behalf of the Ram Mandir and Ram Lalla for the longest time. Forget about the fact that Kalyan Singh, the ex-Uttar Pradesh chief minister of BJP, lost his chief ministership simply because he chose to stand in solidarity with the Kar Sevaks and Ram Bhakts. Forget about the fact that the Congress went to the Supreme Court in 2007 saying Maryada Purushottam Ram is a figment of the imagination of the BJP and RSS. Forget about the fact that people like Shashi Tharoor have called Hindus as, a Hindu Taliban on the rise. Forget about the fact that the likes of B.K. Hari Prasad, a senior Congress leader from Karnataka, taking a potshot at Hindus as Ram Bhakts, said, if Ram Mandir comes up, you will see a Godha-like situation panning out once again on the 22nd of January. And forget about the fact that the Cooperation Minister of Karnataka, N.K. Ranjana, he actually made a very abhorrent and derogatory remark saying, those two idols are not Ram Lalla idols. They were dolls inside the tent. But I want to ask one thing. Forget about all these facts which put Congress in a very, very unflattering light. It portrays it as Hindu-phobic, nothing more, nothing less. I want to ask one question. Why is it that if it is, Sabke Ram, if it is not BJP's Ram, why is it that the Congress leaders, be it Sonia Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge or Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who were given a respectful invite, declined the invite? Why is it that Priyanka Kharge, the son of Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, he actually endorsed Udayanidhi Stalin's bigotry and said if Udayanidhi Stalin has said that Sanatan Dharma is equal to dengue, malaria, AIDS, what have you, what is the big deal? He is only stating the truth. Did Rahul Gandhi condemn it? No. So my limited point is this. आपको राम के आधार में विश्वास नहीं है, आपको राम की आस्था में विश्वास नहीं है. You do not believe what Ram Rajya actually stands for, which is holistic living, which is about societal harmony, which is about communal harmony, which is about good governance. And we know that Congress has nothing to do with good governance. And last 30 seconds, we also know that when it comes to communal harmony, the biggest riots in post-independent India, be it the Hashimpura riots of 1987, the Bhagalpur riots of 1989, the Aligarh riot of 2006, the Dhule riot of 2008, the Kokrajhar riots of 2012, the Bharatpur riots of 2011, or for that matter, the Muzaffarnagar riots of 2013. All these riots happened under the incompetent nose of the Congress because Congress wanted to appease a certain vote bank, that is the radical Islamic vote bank.
One second. Let me open this up. Let me open this up.
Rejoinder because I got to leave at 7:30.
No, 1 second, sir. 1 second. Please.
You gave me barely 4 minutes for Rahul Shiv Shankar.
Mr. Mitra, you made your point.
Was used. I need to give a rejoinder.
This suspended variety for at least 15 minutes. I got barely 4 minutes.
Yes, don't worry. You said 30 seconds. I gave you those 30 seconds. Now,
but I got in all just 4 minutes compared to the 15 minutes of gibberish that this Congress suspended variety was spewing on your show.
Okay. Let's. The fact is, viewers, 1 minute. Viewers, 1 second. Let me open this up. Abhijit Mitra is also there with us, and we also have Tausif Khan. Abhijit Iyer Mitra, look. Yes, you can say that it was a political event. Yes, you can say that, look, a certain bunch of people, political party, call it what you want to, will derive some sort of electoral benefit, etc. But what does one mean when one steps up to the plate and says that this is a BJP's Ram? Who does this actually hold in contempt?
You see, I don't think they hold it in contempt. The Congress, you see, they've internalized this completely Abrahamic mindset that needs a sacerdotal function. You know, ye asli hai, this is legit, and this is takfir. You know, so this person's Ram is legit for us, this person's interpretation of Ram is legit for us, this person's interpretation of Ram is illegit for us. You know, the whole point of the Bhakti movement was to overcome this kind of sacerdotalism, but the sacerdotalism has always suited the Congress, because you see, since the beginning, this lady had this Garibi Hatao campaign, she in fact worsened Garibi. You know, so they've always had this thing that they keep paying off these feudal lords. And feudal lords do very well under the Congress, while the common man always suffers. So this is Siddaramaiah wanting to go back into the same sort of interpretational straitjacket and prevent Hindus from thinking themselves. There is nothing you can do about it. This is the way the Congress thinks. This is the way the Congress's politics has always functioned throughout, number one. That said, we should always give credit to the Congress for not for the construction of the Ram Mandir, because that has happened entirely under the BJP, but I give them 100%, 99% credit for the demolition of the Babri Masjid. Remember, the locks opening that enabled the destruction happened under Rajiv Gandhi, and the actual time it was demolished.
Don't encourage lies on your program.
So we are very grateful to Sanjay Jha for
mendacity. Please don't allow it.
Sanjay Jha, there are book accounts about how P.V. Narasimha Rao looked the other way when he was getting half an hour every half an hour updates.
CBI chart sheets.
You know, there is material that has been material that, sir, the entire commission, the commission
judging in fake news.
Oh, fake news, is it? Weren't the locks of the Babri Masjid opened under the Congress? Yes or no?
I mean, you're allowing this man to utter all.
Okay, let me bring in. One second. Tausif Khan. One second. Let me bring him in. But 1 second. Yes, Ayyar Mitra, you wanted to finish your point. You were rudely interrupted. Yes, finish your point.
Oh, that's fake news, ladies and gentlemen who are watching the program.
Right.
Sanjay Jha, you are the biggest peddler of fake news. Your own party does not take you seriously.
No, 1 second. Just a minute. Just a minute. Let me step in here. Please, 1 second. Sanju Verma, let me come in with a fact.
Stop peddling.
Let me come in with a fact, Sanju Verma, please. Let me come in with a fact to establish this is not fake news. Very recently, Mani Shankar Iyer stepped up and said that it was actually a relative of Mr. Gandhi who was responsible for the desecration of the Babri Masjid. And he named that individual. He named him. Is that fake news, sir? Sanjay Jha?
Now can I answer
I'm asking you. Is Mani Shankar Iyer a liar? Is he part of the fake news? Is he paid by the BJP? Is Sanju Verma having called him last night and told him to say this? No, hang on. You know, don't today weasel out of this. No. Mani Shankar Iyer. No, hang on. Let me quote Mani Shankar Iyer. Look,
how can you even have this conversation?
Viewers.
Then why don't you quote Mani Shankar Iyer on Prime Minister?
Irrelevant suspended variety to your show.
One second. Let's not be personal.
You cannot speak a single coherent sentence.
1 second, viewers. Let's just lower everyone's faders, because I am reporting from the Hindu, a newspaper that is gospel for the Congress party. He says, Mani Shankar Iyer, Congress, not Rajiv Gandhi, responsible for unlocking of Babri Masjid gates. His fealty more right now is not to his own party, viewers, it's to a dynasty, but that's a different matter. Arun Nehru behind it, says Mani Shankar Iyer. So viewers, this is Congress party leader, top leader, Gandhi family loyalist, on record, quoted in the Hindu. Here it is, viewers. Let's try to zoom in on this. It's right here. So I don't know what is fake news. I think Abhijit Ayyar Mitra is spot on. He's well read. And he's so democratic that he even reads the Hindu, viewers. There it is. Congress. There it is. So, you know, the great distinction that Mani Shankar has is that before every major election, he comes out making Mr. Modi look even better. There you go. Abhijit Ayyar Mitra, Congress, not Rajiv Gandhi, responsible for unlocking of the Babri Masjid gates. And I'm sure that Tausif Khan today, being a politically aware person, will not absolve the Congress of its role. I hope you will not, at least today, sir, being true to your ideological pursuit, you will at least say that this much is true.
Rahul, Supreme Court has already passed the judgment.
Why are you today? Now listen, speak with conviction. Tausif bhai, speak with conviction. Say what you believe. That the Congress had a role in abetting the demolition of the Babri Masjid. Many people from your community have said it. I can quote them. Now, if they are wrong, that is, of course, comes down to you and your difference of opinion.
Rahul, it is true when a crime committed. No, Rahul, it is true. You see, it is true that when a crime is committed, the person who is in charge of the country or in charge of that particular state is responsible for it. So the Congress Prime Minister is held responsible for Babri Masjid demolition. Similarly, the Gujarat Chief Minister Narendra Modi is held responsible for the Gujarat pogrom. There is no doubt about that. Now the question today is,
one second, I'll let you, Sanju Verma. You can counter him. Why should I counter him? You counter him. You have the facts. So I know you do. You're well equipped.
Come on, wait. See, the question today, what Mamata Banerjee has raised a very pertinent question. She has asked this time and again, that why BJP version of Ram excludes Sita. Why Jai Shri Ram?
One second. This is absolutely ridiculous, viewers. I don't know where you are going with this. I want to bring in Sanju Verma. One second. Sanju Verma.
She has also asked.
No, let me bring in Sanju.
Reminded the country that Sri Ram, Lord Sri Ram, worshipped Ma Durga.
This cannot be monologue by this TMC goon.
To kill the demon.
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. One second. Sanju Verma, respond. You wanted to make a point.
Goddess and the festival
a point on
observed in Bengal.
Mr. Khan, just one second. Listen, 1 second. You're going completely off. I don't know what you're talking about. Lower is fader. Please, let's not speak over each other. Let's not become querulous, please. Okay, 1 second.
Can I please?
1 second, Mr. Khan. 1 second, please. Let Sanju Verma respond to your first charge. Yes. Yeah, go ahead. Yes, Sanju Verma. Okay, I think you put yourself on mute. Sanju Verma, please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Why can't we hear her? Hello?
Am I audible now?
Yeah, you're audible. Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
My limited point is this. Supreme Court, in a historic judgment, I say it is one of the most pertinent judgments in the last so many decades. It said that there was no criminal conspiracy by Narendra Modi, and the word used by the Supreme Court bench was that it has given an unconditional clean chit to Prime Minister Modi, and it actually said that despite being given umpteen opportunities, the key petitioner Zakia Jafri failed to prove anything in a court of law. And last but not the least, the Supreme Court also said, can I please finish, Rahul? What is this, Rahul? You don't allow me to interject. What is this?
Yeah, okay. 1 second. Mr. Khan, look, either you trust the Supreme Court or you say that you don't trust it. That's up to you. I can't be a policeman. I can't be a policeman of your biases.
The curative petition
if you have biases
in the Supreme
which
Court
cloud your
judgment
to the extent.
The curative petition is still
this
pending.
Is bizarre. This is absolutely bizarre. Yes. Yeah. Make your point. Finish your point. Finish your point, Sanju Verma. Finish your point.
Why is BJP against Sita?
I refuse to debate
how
because
ridiculous
you're not
is this?
the debate.
How ridiculous
I refuse to debate like this.
Sanju Verma, go ahead. Go ahead. Make your
why
point.
should I go ahead when you're not able to moderate this man? He's rambling on and on and on, and you do nothing to contain him.
I've told him to keep quiet numerous times.
Yeah.
I can't, if
So
he's got bad manners, I can't really, I can't, what do I do? If the man is not...
Please zip it.
Yeah, okay.
Please zip it.
Go ahead.
And this is for the TMC goon. Please zip it.
Okay.
And now I'll tell you why you're wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you why you're wrong. I don't care about which curative petition has been filed, what has been done, so on and so forth. In a historic judgment, a 3-judge bench led by the then Chief Justice U. Lalit gave an unconditional clean chit to Narendra Modi, saying he had zero role in the Godhra riots. And the Chief Justice UU Lalit also said one very important thing. Zakia Jafi, the key petitioner, has been going to every court for the last 20 years but has not given any concrete evidence in a court of law. And the third most important point was, which your audience should hear, that Teesta Setalwad, the court said, had an ulterior motive and her antecedents need to be taken cognizance of because she has not covered herself in glory and she has acted with the brazen motive to malign the then Gujarat police, the then Gujarat chief minister
that has
and the
been
then
said.
Gujarat governments. So shut up and don't you dare talk about
now let me tell you, viewers, look, let me tell you, it's not Modi who is on trial today. The Congress has put actually Lord Ram on trial, saying that he is a BJP's Ram, Mr. Iyer Mitra, as if Ram would submit himself to the agenda of some political parties.
First of all, Rahul, tell me, was 1971 India's victory or Indira Gandhi's victory? Because immediately after it, the lady declared elections and she used it for politics. Immediately afterwards, it was declared and it was used to get a bigger majority in parliament. Okay, there will always be a political angle to everything. You know, to ask a politician to keep politics out of anything is ridiculous. But you tell me, wasn't the Congress that the one that said religion is private first? First, in the same breath, Sanjay Jha says religion should be private, but then why wasn't the President Srimati Draupadi Murmu not invited? Which one is it? You can't have both. You know, religion can't be private and then, you know, and caste is evil, and then Rahul Gandhi can't be proclaimed as Janaudhari Brahman publicly from every rooftop, and then he can't demand to publicly go to a temple in Assam. Right? This simply cannot happen. So at some point, you know, the problem with the Congress is they are their own worst enemy. They are so confused. They are so bipolar and they're so schizophrenic. I don't know if bipolarity medication is available for an entire institution.
Well, look, I can only say, viewers, and I think I have made it quite clear at the beginning of this show, it is very sad and very unfortunate when a political party suggests that gods take sides and that devotees who have arrived from different corners of this country are worshipping a false god. I think that speaks volumes.
Can I just come in for 20 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just summing up because I need to move on to the other very consequential debate, which is the one where we are seeing the Assam Chief Minister going up against Mr. Rahul Gandhi in Assam. I think that also needs to be debated. So I'm really eating into the time for the other debates, Sanju Verma. So let me move on. I just want to quickly conclude by saying that nothing could be further from the truth. The devotees have talked about the sacrifices that they made to be in Aayodhya and the deeply spiritual motivations that drew them here. You see, I think it's better that you don't comment on other people's, especially other denominations, religious and ritual practices, sir. Just like you don't like, I'm lowering your fader, I'm lowering your fader because, sir, you're overlooking a very important fact, that the Pran Pratishtha was of Ram Lalla, a 5-year-old. I think anyone who has read the Ramayana would know that Lord Ram was much older when he met Devi Sita. We all know this. So the Pran Pratishtha is of a child idol. If someone had some brains, they would have assessed that and not made a travesty out of the facts. I need to move on, viewers, because there's been another very consequential development. Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma has directed that a criminal case be filed against Congress leader Rahul Gandhi for allegedly, quote, provoking the crowd, unquote, after a clash broke out between Congress workers and police on the outskirts of Guwahati on Tuesday. The Bharat Jodo Nyay Yatra, led by Rahul Gandhi, was stopped from entering Guwahati earlier in the day after it was denied permission to enter city limits because it was widely believed that it would bring the city to a halt, it would throw traffic into chaos. This led to massive protests from Congress workers. The police had to employ force to halt the Congress workers who broke barricades and, of course, viewers, engaged in many scuffles with the police. Later, Gandhi addressed the party workers and the supporters on the outskirts of the capital city, referring to them as Babbar Sher or lions who were strong enough to topple barricades. Mr. Gandhi said, "We have broken barricades, but we will not break the law." How he made that distinction, I can't understand. Because at the end of the day, it was a breach of police lines. In the wake of the incident, Himanta Biswa Sarma took to Twitter and accused Rahul Gandhi and his party cadre of unruly behavior and employing, quote, Naxalite tactics, unquote. He went on to say, quote, "These are not part of Assamese culture. We're a peaceful state. Such Naxalite tactics are completely alien to our culture. I've instructed DGP Assam Police to register a case against your leader Rahul Gandhi for provoking the crowd and use the footage you have posted on your handles as the evidence," unquote. Viewers, of course, this has led to a massive fight as the Congress party leader has hit back against Himanta Biswa Sarma, saying that the Chief Minister's actions were, quote, "intimidation tactics," unquote, that would instead prove to be beneficial to the Congress party's yatra by drawing public attention. Well, at least he succeeded in that. But viewers, this is a Nyaya Yatra, isn't it? It's about high principles of upholding justice, delivering justice and upholding the law. But the person in the middle of your frames stands accused today, sir, of breaking the law. Isn't this a contradiction in terms? Let's open this up. Let's go straight across. First to Sanju Verma. Sanju Verma, I want to bring you in on this. Many people are saying today, especially those who are supporters of the Congress, that we're a democratic country. People have a right to take their procession on whatever chosen path they believe will draw the greatest attention to their cause. What's the problem? Very often, BJP protesters walk down public thoroughfares, even in the union capital, protesting against Mr. Kejriwal. Why should Rahul Gandhi have been given no access?
Let's be very clear, Rahul. Since you appreciate the hard facts, let me give you a few. First and foremost, whenever there's a rally or a public procession that needs to be carried out, not only in a public thoroughfare, but otherwise, you need to take permission from the local police, the DM or the district collector, what have you. In this case, Rahul Gandhi, the initial problem started when he was denied permission to visit the Shiva temple in Nagaon in Assam. Now, what did the local police there say in Nagaon? They said that you can visit the Shiva temple anytime after 3 p.m. on the 22nd of January 2023. But we will not give you permission at 11 a.m., which is what you want, because there could be law and order issues. The Pran Pratishtha ceremony will be over only by 1:32. After that, you're free to do as you will. This was communicated to Jairam Ramesh. This was communicated to Gaurav Gogoi, who's been accompanying Rahul Gandhi on his Assam and Northeastern Yatra. This was also communicated to Rahul Gandhi. He had absolutely no problem. They agreed that we will visit the temple at 3 p.m. Suddenly, Rahul Gandhi, as is so typical of him, he loves to peddle this victimhood narrative, but nobody's buying it anymore. He says, "अरे मुझे तो हिमंता बिस्वा शर्मा की पुलिस ने रोक दिया, ये लोग मुझसे डर गए हैं." I just want to say this: law and order under the 7th schedule of the Constitution is a state subject. The Chief Minister, the local police is absolutely well within its rights to deny a public procession or to deny a politician, that to somebody as incendiary as Rahul Gandhi, permission if it deems fit in the cause of greater good. And my last but not the least, the most important point is this. Rahul Gandhi is saying that he's part of the ... alliance. Do you remember in 2017, Mohan Bhagwat was denied permission by Mamata Banerjee to have a rally at parade grounds? Do you remember as recently as 2019, Amit Shah's chopper was not given permission to land at Malda? Because Mamata Banerjee felt ये तो law and order का situation खराब करने यहाँ पर अमित शाह जी आए हैं. As recently as 2021, ahead of the West Bengal Assembly elections, I remember JP Nadda was denied permission to visit Murshidabad as part of his Parivartan rally. And what was the excuse by Mamata Banerjee? Law and order could go out of the window if JP Nadda visits Murshidabad. And today the same Rahul Gandhi, who's never once commented on his alliance partners, even for that matter Ashok Gehlot. Okay. I remember at the peak of COVID, just 10 seconds, at the peak of COVID, Hindus were not allowed to celebrate Holi in Kota. But Muharram procession session, Eid ul-Fitr, Eid ul-Azha. There was no sanction, there was no, bar on that. So Rahul Gandhi is the last person who should be waxing eloquent on what a state government should do or not do. You've lost Rajasthan, but you would do well to at least give some good advice to Revanth Reddy in Telangana, because the BJP does not need Rahul Gandhi's certificates on morality or political action.
Let me bring in Mr. Jindal. Mr. Jindal, you're a Congress member and supporter. I just want to ask you a simple question. When there have been religious rallies in Rajasthan, for example, a state that the Congress was in power till about a month and a half, or in Chhattisgarh, or in other states where the Congress has been in power, even in Karnataka, certain processionists were told that you cannot take this particular path because it will create a law and order situation. Please take that path. And when they did defy the orders, and they did take, in one or two cases, the wrong path, you went ahead and prosecuted some of those people, or your governments prosecuted some of those people for endangering the peace. Today you have a situation where Rahul Gandhi is standing on top of a bus, encouraging his supporters to dismantle barricades, cross over, break the law, take the law in their own hands, quite literally. And he is lauding these people, this anarchism, by suggesting that they are babbar shades. There is a man called Donald Trump who was hauled up for the abetment of the so-called invasion of their Senate in America. And you know the case has gone to its logical conclusion there. So I'm asking you, does Rahul Gandhi think he's above the law?
Well, Rahul, since you spoke about the law, there is always equality before the law. On 10th of January 2024, we had JP Nadda following the same very route that Rahul Gandhi is pursuing now. But at that point of time, JP Nadda was given the permission. But now, what reasons have been cited? The state administration has said that due to traffic jam issues, due to management issues, they are not giving permission to the Congress Bharat Jodo Nyaya Yatra. I want to ask you one question.
One second, Mr. Jindal, just a minute. Are we going to compare? Now, I don't know the circumstances under which Mr. JP Nadda, maybe he had a smaller delegation, maybe he had 5 less cars. I would believe the Congress party's Rahul Gandhi would have a legion of people behind him. Millions of Indians would be queuing up to follow Rahul Gandhi. Would it not be the case, sir? Would it not be a significant larger, would it not be a significant larger gathering than what Mr. JP Nadda could sort of assemble? I'm sure, sir, you would say that Rahul Gandhi is a much bigger leader. Millions of Indians would follow him, and that would swamp. So, you know, different contexts, different pretexts, different solutions, and different, let's not compare those. The administration has deemed, you could have moved court, you could have said, look, I don't agree. I will go immediately to the court. I will get a stay on this order. I will exercise my rights. No. What do? You assemble your people, you incite them, you call them babbar shed to do this. Now, what is the common man going to think?
Well, Rahul, you must be aware that through the yatra, there were certain hooligans, the BJP supporters, who had physically assaulted the state provincial Congress.
I am talking about this incident. One second. Mr. Jindal, I am talking about the circumstances. No, 1 second. 1 second, sir.
And the state administration.
Mr. Jindal, 1 second.
Don't you think the state administration is also responsible for this form of a reaction by the Congress cadres?
In that matter that you are referring to, Himanta Biswa Sarma came out and said that cases must be lodged against anybody who tried to disrupt by taking the law into their own hands. The rally of Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Yes or no? Isn't that a fact?
Certainly. But
so he rose above, no, he 1 second. So he rose above partisan, no, 1 second. To uphold the law, he rose above partisan interests. But Rahul Gandhi is not rising above partisan interests. 1 second,
legally, is it wrong to hold a rally? Tell me one law. Tell me one law which states that the number of people that you can carry out or number of people that you can join the rally has not been specified.
1 second. I am now towards the end of this. I have 1 minute on this. Remember, we ate into this debate time. So, viewers, I just want to sum this up. You can't have a situation. You can't have a situation where the law must apply unequally.
So these are double standards.
No, one second. No, I'm sorry. How? If they are, then go to
No,
the
I'm
court.
sorry, I'm sorry.
If you are so, one second. If you are law and order is state subject, viewers. If someone deems it, one second, please. If someone deems it necessary to apply the law in a particular way, i.e., to channel a yatra in a particular route or a particular direction, that must be heeded. If there is an element of malafide, go to the court. Get the order evicted. But you cannot, nowhere in this country, I have to wrap up, ma'am, I'm sorry, but nowhere in this country. Ma'am, I began with you. You got your entire time. I began with you.
I just need 10 seconds more.
Okay, to say what?
I just want to say this to you, Rahul, that during the Bharat Jodo Yatra, you had an entire anti-Modi cabal. Aruna Roy, Swara Bhaskar, Anand Patwardhan, Radhika Vemula. Did the Modi government stop anyone? Even Soros employee Salil Shetty was there. We didn't stop anyone.
Okay, one second. Viewers, look, the law is the law. Either you work to uphold it, and if you don't, then viewers, you are seen as somebody undermining the law. I'm going to leave it at that. I'll leave it for you to judge. I'll take a short break. When we come back, viewers, very important message by the Prime Minister today on the back of the Pran Pratishtha yesterday. We come back to that. Viewers, it is often said that we live in the present, in the here and the now, and memories once framed can be immediately summoned at the click of a button. Sometimes we can summon them from the depths of our minds, from our mind's eye, right onto our telephone. And toward that end, the Prime Minister, viewers, decided today to tweet a video capturing the best moments from yesterday's epical Pran Pratishtha ceremony to be relived, enjoyed by devotees and the curious alike. Here's that video message, viewers, quite moving and poignant.
सदियों की प्रतीक्षा के बाद हमारे राम आ गए। ये क्षण अलौकिक है, ये पल पवित्रतम है। हमारे लिए ये अवसर सिर्फ विजय का नहीं, विनय का भी है। राम आग नहीं है, राम ऊर्जा है। राम विवाद नहीं, राम समाधान है। राम सिर्फ हमारे नहीं है, राम तो सबके हैं।
Good evening, welcome to Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. A day after the Ram Mandir inauguration, there is politics in full flow. The Congress has attacked Prime Minister Modi for politicizing Ram. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has said that this is the BJP's Ram and that the Congress believes in Gandhi's Ram. This is in stark contrast to what the Prime Minister said yesterday from the Aayodhya Mandir after the inauguration of the Mandir, that Ram is everyone's. Ram sabke hai. How can the events of yesterday, which the Congress and other opposition parties are saying is political in nature, how can the events of yesterday, which is a milestone in the journey of the civilizational state, how can it be reduced to the mere political orchestrations of a party? Does the event of yesterday go beyond politics? And perhaps there, did the Congress and the opposition miss a trick first in not attending the Pran Pratishtha and now attacking the government for the politics of it? But first, let's get you up to speed with how this is now becoming an issue front and central in the run-up to the Lok Sabha campaign.
विचार है, राम भारत का विधान है, राम भारत की चेतना है, राम भारत का चिंतन है, राम भारत की प्रतिष्ठा है, राम भारत का प्रताप है.
महात्मा गांधीजी रामन्न पूजिस्ते बीजेपी रामन पूजते.
Indian secularism means the separation of religion and state. However, of late, the line that demarcates religion and state seems to be getting thinner and thinner.
Alright, so the narrative war has already started. Sabke Ram versus the BJP's Ram. Joining us on the talking point this evening, Tuin Sinha is national spokesperson of the BJP. Will be joined in a moment by A. Saravanan, spokesperson of the DMK, Ghanshyam Tiwari, spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party, Smita Prakash is editor of ANI. Ghanshyam, let me start with you first. First, the opposition decided in its wisdom to boycott the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. Now, a day after, you have the Congress and other opposition parties saying, look, the Ram that was unveiled yesterday is not Gandhi's Ram, he's BJP's Ram, he's Narendra Modi's Ram. Aren't you reducing one of the most revered gods and an event like what happened yesterday to the mere binary of politics?
Good evening, Zaka, to you, my fellow co-panelists and the viewers. Three things are important. First and foremost, I congratulate the government and the trust for organizing an event that has elated every heart in the country. And definitely it is a powerful moment for the nation. To reduce this into a political event is what BJP is good at. We have never led the political dimension of this, nor we can do it right now. And it is BJP by not inviting the Honorable President or by ensuring that Advaniji does not attend the event. And many other ways BJP ensured that this remains an event that is as much religious as political, and it creates a reincarnation of a model of Hindu religion which is also political.
That's but Ghanshyam, why did the opposition boycott if it was not political? For what reason did you boycott?
No, we see this as an event that was led by the political machinery heft of BJP and BJP-ruled governments, and BJP outrightly made it a political event. We stand with that. And as far as the worship of Bhagwan Ram is concerned, everyone who's watching your program, be it a leader, be it a bureaucrat, be it a viewer, any citizen of the country, would visit the temple with their family without the cameras focusing on them, with their astha, with their faith. So it is only BJP that displays their astha on camera. Okay. Otherwise, across the country, people don't display their astha on camera.
Okay, so Tuin Sinha, the accusation against you is that this was event management, this was a Modi function and less a Ram Lalla function. This was a political sort of orchestration of a party more than a display of religiosity or spirituality, and that you made this entire thing political. They're also saying that the Prime Minister of a secular state, why was he the chief Yajman or one of the Yajmans for the ceremony? He was more like a pontiff of the Hindu religion and less the leader of a secular state. Please respond.
Well, good evening. It's good evening, Zaka. Very happy Parakram Divas to you and to all the viewers. Well, the opposition, as always, is very myopic in its mentality. This was not event management. This was Rashtra management. And like Honorable Prime Minister said, yesterday's event has set the governance paradigm for the next 1,000 years. This is what the opposition cannot fathom. This is what has left them in a state of trauma, besides the fact that the entire day passed off very peacefully and that the minority community has accepted the situation most gracefully, unlike this opposition which is finding out some fault or the other to vilify the BJP government. Why should Honorable Prime Minister not be at the forefront of Pran Pratishtha when his diligent participation in the Ram Mandir movement is well documented for the last 4 decades? There are various instances way back in 1986. India Today had brought out a report where it mentioned that as the head of RSS in Ahmedabad, his efforts were being viewed with everybody, especially when he would travel to surrounding villages and build up passion for the Ram Mandir. So I don't think the opposition today has any grounds to criticize. But most importantly, since DMK representative is also on the show, the narrative which Prime Minister Modi has built around the temple construction in the days preceding the Pran Pratishtha, the way he has traveled to important locations associated with Ramayan, whether it was Lepakshi, whether it was Rameshwaram, all of that is going to deal a very big blow to the very idea of Dravidian politics, which is fake narrative, which was creating a divide between North and South India. So these are things which have clearly disgruntled our opposition, and that is why they are left in a
let me ask Saranand to respond to that. Ahead of yesterday's ceremony, the Prime Minister went to Srirangam, he went to Rameshwaram. He has incorporated and invoked all of those places, many of them in Tamil Nadu as well, which have a connection to the Ramayana. And what have you done? You have stopped people from watching this in LED screens, on private screenings inside temples, in which I believe has been said by the Finance Minister was a private temple, a privately held temple. Why are you, on the one hand, anti-religion, against the Hindu religion, against the inauguration of the Ram temple? Yet at the same time, the Prime Minister is making that extra effort to highlight the connections that Tamil Nadu has with the Ramayana. That's the accusation against you.
See, two things, Zaka. First and foremost, it is our leader, Mr. Udayanidi's statement that we are not opposed to any temple built for Rama. We are not accepting the fact that it is being built by demolishing an existing mosque. And in the state of Tamil Nadu, people are smart enough to separate religion from politics, which the BJP wants to muddle. That is why BJP is not able to fare well in the state of Tamil Nadu. These are the things. The other thing is the BJP is scared now. After the inauguration of the Ram temple, it did not get enough political capital. This event was organized. The Ram temple was not fully built. It is not complete yet. But still, the Prime Minister went ahead and inaugurated so that it will be before the 2024 elections. Their calculations show that it did not yield them enough political dividend. So what they do? They send the Union Finance Minister. What's her job? Her job is to look at and nurture the economy of the country. What does she do? She spreads fake news. She spreads rumors. The Madras High Court in its judgment has said it is per se, the Tamil Nadu government per se has not prohibited or restricted any pujas or anything, but what did the Finance Minister
we had
say?
Pictures,
she said
we had
Tamil
pictures
Nadu government
in
is
one particular
prohibiting
temple.
everything.
Saranand, once again, we had pictures, I wish our producers can play that as Saranand is speaking. These are pictures from yesterday morning of one temple in Kanchipuram, I believe, where you can see LED screens being dismantled. The temple administration is dismantling that, and they then came out and said that this is because the district collector has asked us to.
Yeah. See what is the fake news spread by the Union Finance Minister, that the Tamil Nadu government is not allowing any pujas, reciting of Ram Nama inside the temples on the day of inauguration ceremony. They did not speak about LED. Is puja part of watching this thing LED in an LED screen is part of the puja? So the narrative is very clear. They want to portray as though the DMK government is against Hindus. It is the BJP which is against the Hindus. The Shankaracharyas, they said the Prime Minister should not have gone ahead and inaugurated it. And one more point, the most important thing is this: why no women leaders there? We have Madam President from a tribal community. Why was she not? She was not invited for the opening of the Parliament House. She is not invited for the inauguration of Ram Temple. And why was Madam Nirmala Sitharaman not invited to Ayodhya? This is because misogyny.
Since you said
Sanatana,
no women
which
were
we
invited,
oppose.
Smita was there. Smita was there yesterday. One second. Please yield.
Against
Smita, you were there. The opposition is trying to reduce what happened yesterday to the binary of politics. Fair enough. I mean, that's the opposition's job. Their job is to oppose the government. But as a person who witnessed what you saw yesterday firsthand in front of your eyes, unfold in front of your eyes, how do you see the events of yesterday and the attempt by the government and its people to try and frame it as a larger-than-life civilizational moment, and yet at the same time the attempt by the opposition to frame this as a political orchestration and event management by Modi and company?
Well, it was a very large and very grand event, as every channel has been showing. On the part that about the caste factor, that the president wasn't there, and because and the insinuation that it was because of her caste, inside the Garbhagriha when the ceremony was on, the Yajmans who were there, the parivars who were there, out there, there were people from some in the hierarchical caste system of the lowest caste. I think Dome is one of the lowest castes. I'm not pretty sure. They are the ones who do I think Ghanshyam would know this. In Uttar Pradesh, in Varanasi, I think they conduct the last rites in Varanasi, if I'm not mistaken. They are the Dome caste people who conduct that. So they were there inside the Garbhagriha while you had the Udupi
Why no women? Why no women?
Once again, Saranan,
Madam, can you answer why no women?
Saranan, don't do this.
Why no women?
No, Saranan.
I was there.
Please don't do this. Saranan, don't do this, please. One at a time, let her finish, yeah.
Why you? There was inside the Garbhagriha, there was the governor of Uttar Pradesh who is a woman. I don't understand. Either you didn't see the ceremony, or you are just, somebody has given you some kind of random information which you're spouting out here just because you want to say something. Can I just complete what I was saying? So the caste, I have already dismissed that people from the low caste were also there. Women, I have already told you. As far as why was Nirmala Sitharaman not there, even Mr. Amit Shah was not there. They did not want to make this into a BJP event. They had people, look, whether the BJP, you might have a problem that the BJP is trying to take advantage of what they did. Fine. Zaka, if I may just, I'm not a spokesperson for the BJP, but somebody who has gone several times to Ayodhya since the 90s, covered this entire conflict. If you can give me a couple of seconds for this, or even 1 minute.
Sure.
What I want to just say is that the RSS, the VHP, the Bajrang Dal, they are the ones who spearheaded this temple movement. People like me, I was probably an interloper. People like the industrialists and the film stars, we were invited out there to witness this. But the people who have given their blood, sweat and tears is not the Congress party, are not journalists, are not industrialists, are not film stars, are not sportspersons. These were the people who are the thousands who came from different parts of India for the Shilanyas, who came as car sevaks, whose bodies were dumped at the Saryu River, who has spent lots of money and energy in bringing this and fighting it in court. They are the ones. And why should anybody else get credit for constructing this temple? And why should the BJP shy away from taking advantage of it? It was there for the DMK to do it. It was there for the Congress to do it. If they wanted it, they didn't do it. They objected. They fought over it. So from the 90s, I have been witness. I have seen it. Okay. I am the one who asked Mr. Advani, why do you have this in your agenda? Why do you have it in your manifesto? I asked him this point blank in an interview. And, they had to take a back seat. Mr. Vajpayee, Mr. Advani, all these people who were in the forefront, Uma Bharti, Sadhvi Ritambara, all these people had to take a backseat because the party decided to go the legal way. So, to expect the BJP now to be a shrinking violet, they're not going to do it. Why should they?
Ghanshyam, the larger problem for the opposition is that... One second, Sarvan, I'll come to you one at a time. Ghanshyam, the larger problem for the opposition is you have not been able to find a language to counter this political Hindutva, as it were. Now, you can find fault with the Prime Minister, say, oh, he's mixing religion and politics. Fact is, it's resonating with people. Please explain to me, yesterday, across apartment complexes, across residential areas, traffic signals, people were bursting crackers well into the night. Now, you can't say that they're all BJP supporters or that they're political people. These were ordinary people. Some of it may be political orchestration, but not all of it. Yesterday, it was like people were lighting diyas. It was like Diwali come early. What explains that? You have not, or you have failed to find a political lexicon to counter political Hindutva.
Zaka, there are three important things. One is to complete to one particular segment that Smita very eloquently said, people who gave blood and sweat to the movement. There were also people who died in the riots. They also gave their blood, sweat, house, peace. Families who died on 6th after the Babri Masjid demolition. So let us not forget the foundation of people of movement that has blood and sweat. That's one. The point two, yes, you are right that in a country which is 80% Hindu, no other political party has taken the view that we should mobilize the Hindu community on the idea of Hindu Rashtra, on the idea that of Hindus being superior to anybody else and everybody else going down to that superiority. Yes, we have, every other political party has believed in constitution. BJP has taken a leaf from politics in different parts of the world and continued that politics. We believed in Gandhi, they believed in Godse, and to this movement, their politics is winning. That is fine. But the point is that in the going into 2024 election, it is the people who will decide that do they want a politics that delivers your deeper faith in Bhagwan Ram alongside the propaganda of BJP, or do you want a politics that is answerable to the problems that India faces with respect to jobs, with respect to harmony, with respect to continuous inequality rise, the price rise, with respect to what happened with the women of the country, whether it is with Bhushan Singh, whether it is the rapists of Bilkis Bano. It is for the people to decide. I think that the yesterday's event was a massive event with all political channels covering this for last 1 month, putting a mic in front of everybody, asking them, are you going, are you not going, whether you have been invited or not invited, but asking them every day. This was the agenda, syllabus for last 1 month. But the syllabus for the entire year is not this. Syllabus for the entire year is that for every job you put out there, today if CNN News 18 or ANI puts a job, 200 people will apply. And they will not have trains to carry those people. There is no way we are giving jobs to youth. That is the syllabus for 2024.
Yeah, it would be naive to imagine that 2024 election is going to be decided on this issue. On the same, it would be absolutely politically naive to think that this issue, what happened yesterday, the events of yesterday, will not swing people who may not be BJP supporters, who may be sitting on the fence, who may even be not particularly fond of the BJP, but having seen the events of yesterday, may be inclined to supporting them. Now, be that as it may, this is not so much about the 2024 elections.
For 1 month, Zaka, just one sentence. For For 1 month,
Zaka,
the
can I
entire
come in,
media
Zaka?
focused on the Prime Minister and this particular event. Do you think that will not mobilize? The question is are we here to believe that the youth who have not found jobs in last 10 years, people whose backs are broken because of the policies of this government, the farmers, will they turn blind eye? That is the question that we
I have a
face.
point of difference there. I think yesterday's event was bigger than any one individual. As big as any individual might be, it was bigger than the Prime Minister. Yesterday was a seminal moment. Whether or not there will be political benefits of it, that's a separate debate altogether. But Tuin Sinha, the accusation against you is that India and India's founding fathers after independence had a social compact that the foundational ideals of this country would be that the state is secular. When Nehru was asked about temples and the state's role in building or rebuilding temples, he said, for me, dams are modern India's temples. Yesterday, with the Prime Minister leading the Pran Pratishtha, the opposition is saying that compact is dead. India is no longer, it may be in namesake terms, the word secular might be there in the constitution, but yesterday, India ceased to become a secular republic. That's the accusation from the opposition.
You know, Zaka, that's exactly what makes yesterday's day very special. In the last 75, 76 years, we were constantly indoctrinated about the fact that Vikas and Virasat cannot coexist. We were constantly, told that Pragati and Parampara cannot coexist. I think all those self-trappings of a pseudo-secular state has been put to an end yesterday. You know, while you just mentioned rightly that 2024 will not be decided based on the Pran Pratishtha, 2024 has already been decided based on the work which has happened in the last 9.5 years. The massive infrastructure creation, the massive manner in which 25 crore people have been brought out of multi-dimensional poverty. These are issues where we have drawn inspiration from Ram Rajya, as Prime Minister Modi has made it very clear, but somehow the opposition cannot comprehend it because of their fundamental fixation with a flawed concept of secularism, which has been done away with, which has been dispensed with most people in the country. And that is why, like you mentioned, the celebration yesterday was not a BJP sponsored celebration. The celebration was a very innate celebration coming naturally from people who until 10 years ago may not have felt so strongly about a moment like this.
Okay, Saranan, you said in your first answer that this was a politically orchestrated event and that, your position as articulated by your leader is that any temple that's built on a raised mosque, that you're against. But the Supreme Court cleared the way for this. This was not an act of parliament or a brute majority passing a law to build the temple there. This was the Supreme Court constitutional bench, 5-judge bench in a unanimous judgment that paved the way for the building of this temple. How would you respond to that as a lawyer?
Yes, the same Supreme Court did not say that there was a structure beneath it, that it was the masjid was built upon destroying or destructing an already existing structure. That is also the finding of the Supreme Court. And the BJP, when has it followed the Supreme Court?
Say that again. Sorry.
On the election,
clarification.
Of election commissioners
clarification on that point. The judgment, as I understand, explicitly said that the mosque was built on the remains of a 12th century structure. I can ask my research team to pull that out. This is my understanding of what the judgment said. There are other learned people on the panel. I can check with them as well.
Okay. See that apart. See, when has the BJP followed the Supreme Court judgments? The electoral appointment of chief electoral officer, the Supreme Court CJI said he has to be the CJI, the institution of CJI has to be part of the selection process. They passed a law against it. What about the Delhi ordinance? They overruled, the parliament overruled the Supreme Court. So the BJP, when it is convenient, they will take the Supreme Court. When it is not convenient, they will ditch the Supreme Court judgment. So that is not the argument. In 1999, BJP was supported by DMK. We had a common minimum program. For BJP, remaining in power is what it most, nothing else. They signed a common minimum program which said we will not take any attempts to construct Ram temple. They said we will not abrogate Article 370, we will not make any attempts to impose uniform civil code. This was signed by the BJP in 1999, then only they were able to form the government. Okay, so for the BJP, it is not about, it is not about,
okay.
Let me complete my argument, then you can.
I just want to read out, my research team has just sent us what the Supreme Court said in its constitutional bench order, unanimous order. We cannot reject the ASI report as conjectural. This is the ASI report by Mr. K.K. Mohammed. The Babri Mosque was not built on some vacant land. The underlying structure was not Islamic. Artifacts have a distinct non-Islamic nature. There's evidence of a 12th century structure at the site. This is from the Supreme Court judgment.
Yes. Yeah, so was it Ram temple? Did the Supreme Court say a Ram temple was destroyed and a masjid was built on that? That is that was the point.
Entire dispute, Saranan, the entire dispute was that Babar destroyed an existing temple in the birthplace.
There is no point. We can go ad nauseam. We can go up
the point is not that.
No, that's what we can go on the one hand. I have told you, the BJP accepted.
On the one hand, you are saying BJP overrides Supreme Court orders by bringing in laws. In this case, they have not done that. It's the law of the land as interpreted by the highest court of the land.
Yes, Zaka, that is what I am saying. When it is convenient to them, they will say Supreme Court judgment is supreme. When it is not convenient to them, they will say why should we follow the Supreme Court? It is not supreme. This is what the dubious double standard of the BJP. That is why I explained in 1999. They signed this common minimum program and gave up their pet project. Why did they do that?
Yeah. Fair enough. Smita also referred to that, how in the Vajpayee-Advani era they had to make these political compromises.
Make one more point.
Okay, very quickly, 10 seconds.
One more point. Zaka, I've got to make
quickly.
Yes, Zaka, see, you said there is no ideology against the opposition. The only ideology which will sink the BJP is the Dravidian ideology propounded by the DMK party, which is now accepted. That is the one thing which is uniting all the opposition parties together. With the Dravidian ideology, we will be able to
Smita, beyond the politics, beyond the humdrum of politics, which will continue well into the Lok Sabha campaign period. But I want to know how yesterday's moment, for example, many are asking in op-eds and in edit page pieces today as to how yesterday's moment speaks to the Muslims of this country, speaks to the other minorities of this country. Has India ceased to become a secular republic with the Prime Minister of a secular state leading what was an overtly religious ceremony, a Pran Pratishtha? These are questions that the BJP also needs to make an attempt to try and answer, to reach out. Because as Mr. Mohan Bhagwat said, is Josh ke samay mein hosh bhi hona chahiye. Yes, Smita.
Yes, I get that. And a lot of the foreign media has said, have written extensively, and television channels were shooting it. While we were in Aayodhya, we saw foreign networks were also there. And many of them are going to take the line that India's pluralism is under threat. And you can take that intellectual line. But the fact is that in India, it is not, when you talk about the separation of the church and state, as they say in the West, and it's church and it is religion and state in India, it's a concept that we accept. But in India, it's not religion as such which one talks about. It is dharma, and dharma goes beyond religion. It goes into ethos, it goes into your duty, it could be myths, legends, everything woven into it, traditions, culture, so many things which unite us as an Indian Muslim, as an Indian Hindu, as an Indian people of Indic religions, which is Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism. So, there are various points which interlap when you talk about religion in India. And the other point, that being one point, the second which I want to make is that, everybody talks, and even journalists have been talking that when you hear on the loudspeaker, in the planes, everybody reciting the Hanuman Chalisa, will a Muslim who's traveling in a plane feel threatened because everywhere there are religious chants? What about a Sikh? Does he feel a minority, or a Buddhist? But the fact is that all across, the thing is that in India, religious beliefs and practices, why in India, anywhere in the world, Zaka, they are not private. Why do Christians go to church on a Sunday? Why do people practice Sikh Sangat? Why do you go to a Sangat and pray? Why do people pray 5 times in a mosque? Why do you do all that? It is because of a community feeling when you do religious worship. Yes, in some families, it is a private practice in the sense of keeping a Bhagwanji in the corner and you worship. That is a daily thing that you do. It's up to you as a person. You want to do it. It's an individual decision to do it. It's in Russia, China, North Korea maybe where it's state ordered that it is a private thing and it is not to be done. In India and in pluralistic societies, the emphasis is on tolerating it, whether you want to do it on the streets, whether you want to do it at home.
No, Ghanshyam, it comes back to what does yesterday's moment mean for India's continuance as a secular state. Now, to be fair, Nehru did not add the word secular in the constitution. The founding fathers did not add the word secular. It was brought in 1976 via the 42nd Amendment. And as Smita said, the classical French definition of separation of church and state will not apply in a civilizational state like India, because in India, Hindu is not just a religion, it's a way of life, it's dharma, and dharma transcends all of this. It transcends person, it transcends state. Therefore, to have the classical Western definition of secularism to apply to India, that many people are saying, including Smita on this show just now, was always a misnomer. It was a misfit.
Well, two things. The freedom struggle of India was a movement that was founded on secular principles. So as a result, it was obvious that India was leading the world in terms of building a secular state when India gained freedom, when the world did not give a chance to India that our country will stay united. But Nehru, with his foundational thoughts, with thought leadership, and with the struggle for freedom across the country that everybody participated in, ensured that India remains united and became a thought leader in the country with its secular credentials. When those secular credentials are tested, then the preamble of the constitution changes. And I don't think that there is a big reason to complain that why does that secular word is added, because that was our character. Now, point number two, what Smita ji was saying, that Zaka, you are a Christian, I believe, right? If there are 100 people of Hindu religion surround you, and suddenly with surround sounds the religious slogans are played around your house, and some abuses are hurled, this is exactly that happens in multiple places as processions happen. Do you think you will feel like an equal citizen? And when the police comes, they don't protect you, would you feel like an equal citizen? This is exactly what is happening when a prime minister says that kapdon ke rangon se pehchana ja sakta hai, when Amit Shah ji plays his politics. So it is clear when Yogi Adityanath talks about his bulldozer politics, the state is overpowering in different ways through the media that will play every day, that will bring temples to the studio. We are seeing this. Now the minorities might not speak up because they are already overpowered. But those amongst us who grew up and owe everything that we to of our thoughts to this secular idea of India have to speak up. Even if we don't speak up, then India will go towards the failed nations that others have tried to build on the basis of religion. India is powerful.
Tuhin, I'll give you the final word. I have to wrap up
in India.
In a minute. And I go back to what the Prime Minister said yesterday, what the RSS chief said yesterday about इस जोश के समय में होश भी होना चाहिए. The Prime Minister said ये विजय की ही नहीं विनय का समय है. How are you going to reach out to people who may have genuine fears and insecurities, not just about what happened yesterday, but the way in which comments have been made, the way in which certain sections have been targeted? These are realities on the ground. It's part of the record.
From the Samajwadi Party representative and my friend Ghanshyam Tiwari's comments, it was very clear that when Hindus celebrate, they believe that galis become imminent. Well, I think that mindset needs to change. I think even today, the biggest grouse of the Congress of what has put them in a traumatic situation is that what happened in Mira Road near Mumbai yesterday, where some people celebrating the event were attacked. That incident has not happened across the country, which is what this opposition was hoping for. The majority community has showed enormous restraint, but please don't deny them their right to justifiably celebrate. Nehru groomed and a constituency he wanted to create in India, which by fault had become a very underconfident society. It had become a very self-flagelling society. Yesterday, we have, come out of the trappings of that underconfident society, and I think, Hindu community is evolved enough to celebrate in a very restrained manner and to take everybody along. I think it is only cynics on the other side who keep constantly doubting us and vilifying us.
All right, we'll leave it at that. I said this on yesterday's broadcast as well, and I think it's worth.
Sarun,
I'm completely out of time. I've got to move on to the next segment. But thank you very much. I just want to repeat this. At the cost of repetition, I said this last night. I'm saying this again. I think the fact that both on November 9th, 2019, when the Supreme Court verdict came, and yesterday, the 22nd of January, the fact that there was no major large-scale violence in this country is testimony. Of course, to the administration and law and order machinery in various states, the central government, but at the same time, it's also testimony to the inherent tolerance of the people of this land. Because if the people are inherently tolerant, then no matter what is thrown at them, no matter what comes their way, they know how to hold the peace. And I think it's exemplary sort of behavior by society at large yesterday that all of these major events, these epochal events, have passed off without any kind of street violence, stuff which we have seen in this country in the not so recent past. So I think that's a big credit, that's a big plus for all our fellow citizens. I'm going to take a break here on the program. When we come back on the other side, it is going from one country faced with elections to another. We're going to be going across to the United States, where today is the New Hampshire primary. It's the first major primary in that country. The Republican field is whittled down to two contestants, Donald Trump, the former president, and his main challenger, Nikki Haley, who's of course of Indian origin, Indian descent. She's the former governor of South Carolina. Can she upset Trump and the Trump juggernaut in a state where she is fancying her chances? Quick break. That's right on the other side.
I can to prove to you that you made the right decision.
On the last day of campaigning before the New Hampshire primary, Nikki Haley dashed from one event to another. Tuesday could be her final chance to prevent Donald Trump from sealing the Republican nomination. In the final day of campaigning before the first primary of this election cycle, both Haley and Trump stuck to their strengths. They both embodied what is increasingly the lopsided nature of this race. Over the last 6 months, ever since he entered this race, the former president, Donald Trump, has methodically taken out one opponent after another. The latest being Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida, who at one point seemed like Trump's biggest challenger. But he bowed out over the weekend, grudgingly, after a below-par performance in Iowa last week. He also belatedly endorsed Trump. But Nikki Haley is hoping that she can stop Trump in his tracks. And she's hoping that she can begin to do that in New Hampshire.
I voted for Donald Trump twice. I was proud to serve America in his administration. But rightly or wrongly, chaos follows him. You know I'm right. Chaos follows him. And we can't be a country in disarray and have a world on fire and go through 4 more years of chaos because we won't survive it.
Haley dashed off to about half a dozen events in New Hampshire, attended by small clutches of voters on the very last day of campaigning. Trump, on the other hand, presented a contrasting picture. He started off the day in New York for an optional court appearance. This was in a civil defamation trial. That appearance ended up being postponed. He had no other public appearances until the evening. And then he held a rally in Laconia in New Hampshire, surrounded by 3 former contestants for the Republican ticket. All 3 of them lost to Trump, and all 3 of them are now endorsing Trump. That's Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, tech billionaire Vivek Ramaswamy, and Governor Doug Burgum of North Dakota.
Got a lot of Democrats voting for her. You have a crazy election. Let's all get out and let's vote for somebody that we want to run against. They want to run against because she's so easy to beat. If you look at the polls, Biden beats her by a lot. We cannot have that.
Nikki Haley, on the that could effectively end the race for Nikki Haley. She's hoping for a better show in New Hampshire because the next state is her home state of South Carolina. She's riding on the fact that if she were to put up a good show in New Hampshire, then she could keep her campaign alive until at least Super Tuesday, which is in the first week of March.
And what the people of New Hampshire should know is when we win the presidency in this country, I will do everything I can to prove to you that you made the right decision. But for now, I'll leave you with this. May the best woman win.
Ron DeSantis' departure from the race has given Haley the one-on-one showdown with Donald Trump that she has always wanted. But the Florida governor's grudging endorsement of Trump, a rival who had bullied him for months, that only seemed to add to an aura of inevitability around Trump being the eventual nominee. Haley pleaded with New Hampshire voters on Monday to change the primary's direction. Underscoring the one-on-one contest vis-a-vis Donald Trump, she said to voters in Franklin, New Hampshire, "Do we want more of the same, or do we want a new generational leader?" Trump, having all but declared that this primary was over at a rally on Sunday night in Rochester, New Hampshire, said that he would not ask Haley to exit the race if she did not win the state. "I do not ask people to drop out," said Trump. "They drop out of their own volition." But he was quick to add that perhaps she should. But not everyone is happy with the Trump effect on the Republican Party. The Republican Party has narrowed its base considerably because Donald Trump is an extremely divisive cult figure who basically does not attract large segments of the wider population. But he does energize the Republican base. He does attract a very fervent following. The party is becoming less and less the majority party, the party of governance that it used to be, and now is appealing more and more to a narrow party base. And that is having trouble winning elections in battleground swing states. Trump's beleaguered Republican detractors, the ones within the Republican Party who hate Trump, they argue that the Trumpian vision is one of chaos, of authoritarianism, and division. It is not a message or a vision of unity, and that is precisely why it is not good enough to win middle ground states. And that is an argument that's being put forth by Nikki Haley and her campaign, that Trump has lessened the appeal of the Republican Party to a much more narrower but ferocious base. And that base will not stand a chance against a much bigger rainbow coalition that the Democrats have put together from Obama's time. And her argument is also that despite Biden's unpopularity, that rainbow coalition will see the Democrats home in a general election. Now, whether or not that message, that argument cuts ice with the voters of New Hampshire is an open question. But Haley and team are hoping that the most moderate Republicans and independents, particularly in a liberal state like New Hampshire, will buy into that argument. And she has powerful people backing that claim. Americans for Prosperity Action, the conservative group that's backed by the mega donors, the Koch brothers, Charles and David Koch, they are campaigning hard for Nikki Haley. They suggest that she is the most electable Republican in the field. Some polls have also shown Nikki Haley beating President Biden by a much wider margin than any of the other Republican contestants if a general election were to happen today. More immediately, she also has some appeal amongst New Hampshire's largest political constituency, which is independent voters. Republicans are hoping that Tuesday's vote count could break the record for primary turnout in New Hampshire. The current Republican primary record is of about 285,000 voters that was set back in 2016 when Donald Trump won. Back then, he defeated a crowded GOP field. Him winning New Hampshire back in 2016 helped propel momentum into his campaign, and eventually he went on to clinch the Republican nomination. Chris Ager, who is the chairman of the New Hampshire Republican Party, has suggested that this year as many as 300,000 people could participate in the primary. Critically, this primary in New Hampshire is open to independent voters. That is a key voter bloc, which accounts for about 40% of the 900,000 voters in the state. And that is a bloc that Nikki Haley is hoping will back her in big numbers so that she can challenge the Trump juggernaut. A lot will get decided Tuesday night. All right, so you saw that report outlining why this New Hampshire primary is so important for both the contestants, Nikki Haley and Donald Trump. Let's try and make more sense of this by going across to Gloria Pesmino. She's CNN correspondent joining us live from Manchester in New Hampshire. Thank you very much, Gloria, for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Can you outline for our viewers what is at stake in this New Hampshire primary? It's the first primary of the season in this election cycle. What is at stake both for Nikki Haley and for Donald Trump?
Well, look, this is a significant race here in New Hampshire. This is meant to kick off the nominating process for the GOP nominee for the presidential election. So whatever happens here tonight is going to be significant. But we have a two-person race, and that's a little bit of a surprise. Usually this early in the process, we have several more candidates that are trying to win an election, but now it's down to former President Donald Trump and his former UN ambassador Nikki Haley. The former South Carolina governor has been making the case to New Hampshire voters here, trying to cast herself as a clean break from the Trump era. She says she will bring generational change to the Republican Party, but it's not clear if that argument is going to be good enough for voters here in New Hampshire. Most polls have Trump comfortably in the lead. Trump has been making the argument that this race is pretty much over. He has gotten several endorsements from former challengers, and he has already set his sights on South Carolina. That's the next big primary contest in this process. So all of this may be over a lot sooner than we had expected if Trump is able to win New Hampshire tonight. It's going to be really hard for Nikki Haley to continue making the argument that she can stay in the race.
And why is she betting so much on New Hampshire? Because it's considered to be a slightly more moderate state, certainly compared to Iowa, the first state which went into caucuses. She's thrown in a lot of money. Some big name super PACs are backing her. Why is she staking so much on this one state?
Yeah, that's a great question. Look, New Hampshire is important in the nominating process, even though compared to the rest of the country, it's not necessarily representative of other parts of the country. But this is a race that historically attracts a lot of attention. And the state of New Hampshire takes great pride in being the first primary state and really kicking off this process. So that's the reason why Nikki Haley, or frankly any other candidate in the race, would have devoted a lot of resources. There is another big component to consider as to why Nikki Haley has devoted so much time and resources to New Hampshire, and that is undeclared voters. That's the way the system for voting is set up here in the state, and what that means is that if you are not a voter if you're a voter that's not registered with either one of the parties, either Republican Party or the Democratic Party, you can cast your vote for either candidate depending on who you want to support. So that means that she can appeal to a wide swath of people who may not necessarily vote Republican or even some Democrats that are not willing to support Joe Biden. So that is key, and that has been a central part of her campaigning effort here in the state, appealing to undeclared voters. They make up about 40% of the electorate here, so it's a lot of people. The majority of voters here in New Hampshire are actually undeclared, so that's why she has spent so much time and so much resources hoping to make that case.
And Gloria, on the other side, for Donald Trump, of course, he won Iowa in a big fashion, getting more than 50% of the vote. He also, after Iowa happened, managed to get some significant endorsements, including from the likes of Vivek Ramaswamy and more recently Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida, who bowed out of the race over the weekend. How may that change the course of this New Hampshire primary, if at all, the fact that Trump has managed to get the endorsements of some of his former contestants?
Well, the Trump campaign is certainly trying to send a message to voters that the Republican Party is coalescing behind him, right? You mentioned Vivek Ramaswamy. He was at a rally supporting Trump last night alongside other former challengers. Tim Scott was there, the senator for South Carolina, and so was Doug Burgum, the governor, who also endorsed him. And as you said, Ron DeSantis, who initially had entered the race as the biggest threat to Trump, not only dropped out of the race, but also endorsed him. The two have not appeared together yet, but it is very significant that all these challengers are dropping out and immediately endorsing him. He is trying to make the argument that he is basically the only person left in this race and that the race is essentially over, not just here in New Hampshire, but really in the remainder of the nominating process. As I said, we're still very early in the primary process, the nominating process here in the United States. So he is trying to make the case that he is a candidate that Republicans are willing to support. And the polls suggest that some voters are agreeing with him. Now, we shouldn't focus entirely on the polls because sometimes voters do things differently, or the results look a lot different than what the polls were forecasting. But he is just trying to convince voters that there should be a rematch between him and President Joe Biden, and pushing his Make America Great Again agenda, as he calls it, and promising to bring back much of the policies and agenda items that he tried to put in place while he was president after he became president in 2016.
And finally, Gloria, the two campaigns so far, and like you said, the field is whittled down to just two candidates. It's Nikki Haley and Donald Trump. And the picture's been quite contrasting in the manner in which they've been campaigning. She's, of course, been out there attending event after event. Mr. Trump has largely, stayed away from the campaign. He's had much fewer events compared to Nikki Haley. He wants to wrap this up as quickly as possible. And I guess her attempt is to try and stretch this for as long as she can, because after this, the next state is South Carolina, which is a home state where I guess if you're an incumbent from there, if you're a resident from there, you're a former governor from there, you would fancy your chances. Just walk us through, what's the way forward after New Hampshire, depending on what the result is tonight.
Yeah, you're exactly right about the way Trump has approached campaigning, not just here in New Hampshire, but really also in Iowa so far. Remember, Trump is still facing 91 charges, and he's got 4 different cases and trials against him. So he's been spending a lot of time back in New York City attending court, and has been flying back and forth usually to host 1 or 2 campaign events. He hosted 1 campaign event here last night. You compare that with Nikki Haley, who has been crisscrossing the state, trying to go to as many events, meet as many voters as possible, and make her case. That's what voters here appreciate. They like that candidates make the time to meet them one-on-one, whether it's at a big event or a small event, a big rally, or just a coffee shop or a diner where they might be having a meal. That's what the process here is supposed to be all about. Now, you ask about what's next in the process. New Hampshire will get its results tonight, and then it's on to Nevada. But candidates have not been focusing all that much attention in that state. They have been focusing on South Carolina. That is also where Democrats will hold their first primary. Remember, Joe Biden is not listed in the ballot here in New Hampshire, although this is the first primary state. The Democratic Party choosing to have South Carolina as its first primary state because South Carolina is more representative of the Democratic Party, is what the Democratic Party feels. So the attention, the effort, the resources will certainly be placed there. And as you said, this is Nikki Haley's state, so even more reason for her to have a strong performance tonight. And if she doesn't win here in New Hampshire, it's going to be hard for her to argue that she should go on to South Carolina. The last thing I'll say about South Carolina is that Trump has already been endorsed by several Republicans there, despite the fact that this is Nikki Haley's home state. So it does look like even if she's able to go on to South Carolina, she might have an uphill battle there as well.
Right, from Manchester, New Hampshire, thank you very much for joining us on CNN News 18.
Good evening, you're watching Plain Speak with me, Toya Singh. Today evening, we're taking a look at the Ram Mandir finally opening its doors to the public this morning as thousands pour in. Politics very much continues to play out around the ceremony across the entire country. We're starting with the TMC that led right from the front, accusing the BJP of being anti-women for not honouring Sita 2 and calling the BJP out once again for politicizing religion ahead of the Lok Sabha polls. Now, of the INDIA alliance partners, it is the TMC that's messaging has perhaps been the clearest, with Banerjee taking out a multi-faith rally yesterday where she was accompanied by religious leaders from multiple different denominations. You have the Congress, for example, that has had a more mixed response to all that has taken place in Aayodhya, and we'll cover each of the other INDIA leaders in just a second. But as the Sangh Parivar steps up their Ram belongs to all, Sabka Ram pitch and frames all of yesterday's developments in a victory for all light, we look to understand the opposition's complaints and how they hold up against yesterday's ceremony. This is our show tonight. Okay, to take a deeper look at this story, let's take a look at the different opposition reactions. We promised to tell you what it is that different INDIA leaders have had to say, how they responded to the Pran Pratishtha ceremony that was taking place yesterday. So let's take a look first at the DMK in Tamil Nadu. Remember that you had Nirmala Sitharaman, the union minister, make the accusation that in Tamil Nadu, the Pran Pratishtha ceremony was not being screened in many places, pujas weren't being allowed. The Tamil Nadu government has clapped back. They've said that this is rumour mongering. Nothing of this nature took place. Let's move on to the next leader. Okay, Mamata Banerjee, West Bengal. As we told you a little while earlier, hers has been the sharpest attack. In terms of those who you see who've been aggressive and led, her attack has been the loudest from within the INDIA. She said it's wrong to embrace a place of worship built on the corpses of the innocent. Remember, when you understand each of these leaders' responses, understand also their vote banks and how they play into each of these responses. Let's take a look now at the Congress, where you have Siddaramaiah, who is someone whose policies in the past too have stood by a secular ethos, a secular appeal. He's made this comparison, and this is something he said yesterday while thousands of Havans were carried out in Karnataka and he inaugurated a statue of Ram. He said that Congress worships Mahatma's Ram and not the BJP's Ram. So this is three leaders we've taken a look at. Siddaramaiah, the West Bengal Chief Minister, and before that the DMK's Chief Minister in Tamil Nadu. So these are all Chief Ministers is what I'm trying to highlight here. Now, what did the Kerala Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan have to say? For them, perhaps the opposition is the easiest. The CPIM was the first to come out and issue a formal statement saying they wouldn't attend the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. They've said that celebrating a single religion is wrong, and in fact in Kerala there is one school that announced closures for a part of the day, and an investigation on that is currently taking place, announced by the government. Now, what is Asaduddin Owaisi from the AIMIM said? He said, they say forget December 6th, which remember is the date the Babri Masjid was demolished in 1992. Can they forget their parents' death? That's what Owaisi has asked. Okay, so these are a few opposition responses. We've also brought you a little context on everything that's taking place. Let's now take a look on the screen behind me at the Congress, because we haven't highlighted them in the way that we'd like to right now. So we showed you already what it is that Siddaramaiah in Karnataka had to say, is the Chief Minister. Now we're going to bring you the responses of two very senior leaders. These are all more recent attacks that have taken place in the last few hours. Veerappa Moily, senior Congress leader, saying, I doubt if the Prime Minister fasted for 11 days. Remember, the Prime Minister had said that he would be taking part in, and our reporters had reported this too, that over the 11 days before the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, he was only drinking coconut water, he was sleeping on just a blanket on the floor. That had been part of the ceremonies in the run-up to the Pran Pratishtha. Now, Moily's also said if he hasn't fasted, then the sanctum has been made impure. So this is what Moily has had to say. Now, what is the other response we've got coming in from a Congress leader? They've said that a couple should have presided over the Pran Pratishtha ceremony. This isn't the first time we're hearing this particular response. The way in which the Pran Pratishtha was done, the role that Modi played, this many questions have been asked about. Here he said, when rituals are broken, one will have to face a bad omen. We're going to take a look at all of these responses and what the different leaders have to say in response right here on the show tonight. As you can see, he's also saying here the Prime Minister is an autocrat. This is a continuation of a messaging we've heard throughout the day from other leaders too. You can see it on your screens right now. And it's also important to point out over here that we have had a vast array of responses. Okay, this is the topic for the day tonight. As the politics rages on, the Sabka Ram that the BJP says and the Sangh Parivar says, is that actually a valid concept? Let's take a look tonight.
People who want to worship Ram, who's now coming back to his city into a proper temple. We would like to watch it.
Chief Minister has very rightly called the BJP as the university of a WhatsApp university which spreads false information.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧೀಜಿಯವರು ರಾಮನ್ನ ಪೂಜಿಸ್ತೀವಿ, ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ರಾಮನ್ ಪೂಜಿಸಲ್ಲ.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನವರು ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದವರು. ಅವರು ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ ಮುಸ್ಲಿಮರ ಓಲೈಕೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ, ಅಲ್ಪಸಂಖ್ಯಾತರ ಓಲೈಕೆ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ, ಇದು ರಾಮನ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು.
কোথায় ছিল সেদিন যেদিন বাবরি মসজিদ ধ্বংস হয়ে গিয়েছিল?
As those who have pledged to preserve and protect our constitution, let us reaffirm our commitment to its secular character by declining to participate in the event, upholding our constitutional responsibilities.
कोई जीबी पंथ की बात नहीं करता, कोई डिसेस की बात नहीं करता, और जब आप इन तमाम सियासी जमातों से पूछेंगे क्यों नहीं बात करते, तो बोलते अरे भूल जाओ ना भाई तुम लोग। मैं इन लोगों से पूछ रहा हूँ, तुम्हारी बाप की मौत को भूल सकते क्या? तुम तुम्हारी माँ की मौत को भूल सकते क्या?
Joining us to take a deeper dive into this discussion tonight, we have with us an entire panel. Charu Pragya, spokesperson for the BJP, Ravi Srivastav, a political analyst, and R. Rajagopalan, senior journalist, join us right now to provide us with context. We will have more experts joining us in just a second, but let's start first with the BJP. Before we go over, ma'am, to you, I just want to tell all of our panelists, I'll come over to you first for an initial response on this entire topic, then we'll take a deeper dive. Charu Pragya ma'am, I want to come to you first and ask you, we just walked our audiences through everything that it is that the opposition has had to say. Now, a lot of this isn't new. These are all statements we've heard variations of over the last month. I do want to ask you though, particularly to Mamata Banerjee's rally that she took out yesterday afternoon, the strong words she directed towards the BJP. What did the BJP make of the opposition's responses all through the day yesterday?
So a very good evening to you and a very good evening to all our viewers. Now look at the irony of the Indian political opposition. They have criticized the BJP for decades, saying that our manifesto has always included building of the Ram Mandir. And why haven't we built it already? The famous line we've heard while growing up is मंदिर वहीं बनाएंगे लेकिन तारीख नहीं बताएंगे. तो आज मंदिर बन गया है, भगवान जी का प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो चुका है. They are worried now कि मंदिर क्यों बन गया? Look at the irony. So they are upset with us because we are delivering on all our manifesto promises, whether it was the abrogation of Article 370 or the construction of Ram Mandir. Now, all these political statements which are coming from various opposition leaders are frankly laughable, because you knew the Supreme Court had given a verdict which was in favor of Ram Lalla. You knew that the construction of the Mandir had already started. It's going to be inaugurated anytime soon. When you call it political, you forget that actually all of you were invited. In mass, if you had attended, in number you would have been greater than any BJP representatives, because BJP was not invited. The person who was representing the entire country for all of us was Modi ji. You could have been there. You could have taken a delegation there. You could have written letters saying, I am unable to attend, but my deputy will be there. You didn't bother because you had to tend to your vote banks. You didn't bother because you still rely on appeasement politics and not the politics of development. And those who are again talking in loops around the usual liberal agendas of talking about Garibi or talking about development, let me remind them that a record number of 25 crore people have risen out of poverty in India in the last 9 years. So please don't think that our dharma is linked to the developmental work that we do on ground. They are completely independent of each other, and we can make sure that we take care of both.
Okay, Ms. Pragya, thank you for the starting statements. I'll go over to each of our panelists now to understand more. I want to go over right now to Ravi Srivastava, who's with us. So I want to ask you, when we just take a look at all of the different opposition responses, you have a party like the TMC that was very sharp and very coordinated in their attack. Mamata Banerjee speaking in a single line. Say what you will off the perspective she had. It was a singular position. So compared to that, there is a Congress where you had a far more scattered voice coming through. Now, I know the Congress tried to say that was them allowing their leaders to pursue whatever it is that they believed in. But when you saw all of yesterday's developments, some Congress leaders even choosing to attend the ceremony, Congress leaders hosting Havans, the Chief Minister in Karnataka hosting Havans at the same time saying that we only respect Gandhi's Ram. What did you make of that entire approach, sir? Just focusing on the Congress.
Good evening, Toya. First of all, I find one positive out of it. The positive is that you, not alone you, entire media had been talking in last 5-6 months. Opposition is fragmented, opposition is fractured, opposition is divided. They are fighting among themselves. They are creating all kind of confusions in the minds of people. One issue where entire opposition has been found standing on a single ground. I think you show me one person from the opposition who has been there. And it is not that somebody opposes Ram Mandir. Ram Mandir is a great event. It is absolutely a fabulous thing to happen in India. But it does not mean that the kind of narrative being created that if you are not attending the event, you are against it. You could be having different opinions as well. What Arvind Kejriwal has done in Delhi, he made a Sundarkand part. Even yesterday he was chanting various religious things and events he was attending yesterday. So everybody has done it in his own way. People have their own way of worshipping. See, the religion is a matter of darshan, philosophy. Religion is not a matter of pradarsan.
Okay, Mr.
What
Srivastava,
BJP has been doing.
let me just ask you one question here though. So I appreciate what you're trying to say, that look, the INDIA alliance had different stances on this. I think that's what you're trying to say. They had different stances on it, and each party was allowed to practice what it believed. So you had, for example, the Aam Aadmi Party that welcomed the Ram Mandir, that held various ceremonies across Delhi, for example. You had a party like the Congress that sent some of its leaders inside the Pran Pratishtha, and you also had some leaders who stayed away. And then, of course, you have other parties that altogether stayed away, like the TMC. But sir, I want to ask you, and that's what I was asking you here, from Mamata Banerjee, you had a sharp attack, and the TMC was unified in that attack. So the Congress in itself had multiple different voices. Do you think that bodes well for a party, sir, for the fact, just to see that the party sat out during the last few weeks?
Absolutely. See, Congress is a very democratic party. Right in the beginning, they had said that whosoever wants to go and attend it can go and do it. Okay. On 15th of January, entire, I think, UP's Congress unit, they had gone there, they had taken on Makar Sankranti, they took the holy bath there. So this is their astha, this is their thinking. The opinions are, the comments are very, very sharp. The comment has come from Pinarayi Vijayan, is altogether different. The comment came from Mamata Banerjee, is also very different. And everybody has made his own way, his own mind clear. But as far as the Congress is concerned, I think they had taken on the very beginning, एक आधा अधूरा मंदिर है, हम नहीं जाएंगे और हमें ये जिस तरह से ये निमंत्रण पत्र बांट रहे हैं, this is not the way of talking.
But I'll ask you in just a second, sir. So just stay with us. I want to go over to the other panelists we have with us. We have senior journalist Sumansi Raman, who's also with us. Sir, I want to come over to you to ask you more about the developments that took place, particularly in Tamil Nadu. So you had something very interesting play out on social media, and I just want to give our audiences a little bit of context to understand this story. You had the Union Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, in a series of posts say that they weren't allowing, the police was not allowing the screening of the Pran Pratishtha to take place. She also made the allegation that certain pujas for the Pran Pratishtha were being stopped. Now, when we spoke, you did have the DMK respond. The DMK said that none of this was true. But when our reporters spoke to the police officials on the ground, they said that the BJP never applied for permission in the first place. So, what was your perspective on the developments taking place on the ground in Tamil Nadu through yesterday?
Yeah. Okay. First of all, what happened yesterday was very simple. There were, day before yesterday, in fact, before the Pran Pratishtha, day before yesterday, there were reports that, the worship in special pujas and archanas in temples, distributing free food to people, all of that was not permitted. Now, that apparently does not appear to be true, because almost everywhere that was confirmed that nobody was stopping them. What was actually stopped was the live telecast on LED screens, which were specially put up in private places. So the problem was, yesterday morning, the BJP, the Sangh Parivar outfits and their supporters went to court, both to the High Court, Madras High Court and the Supreme Court, and they got orders which where the government actually said, no, we have not stopped any of this. So actually the LED screens which were removed from where Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman was actually supposed to view the function, were then put back at around 11 o'clock or 11:15, so that after the court orders came. So the DMK government did make a mistake. They should not have stopped it, especially in private places. Public places is a different issue. They could have claimed a law and order situation and the police have got all the right. But in private places, what they did was extremely silly. And once the court, gave its orders, it became inevitable that these LED screens were going to be used. But it actually gave a little bit of a political point scoring for the BJP yesterday in Tamil Nadu, when they were able to sort of point to the DMK. And you would have seen many of the leaders of the BJP even put out the tweets in Hindi. So saying India Alliance, that was very clever, because they were, quite frankly, they are not really concerned about the DMK as much as they are about bashing the Congress on it. So they went to town, putting out tweets in Hindi saying, see what the DMK is doing. And not what DMK is doing as in DMK is doing, but see what the India Alliance parties are doing. So I think that yesterday the BJP scored not only in Tamil Nadu but outside also, thanks to the the silly and immature way in which the DMK government handled the situation.
So I want to ask you, there have been two statements that have come in from Udyanidhi Salin in the last 6 months that have caused controversy. If we don't focus on the meat of those comments, and instead I ask you, sir, do you at all see the BJP, if we just look at the national plan of the BJP or the agenda that they've been following, do you at all see the BJP targeting the DMK in particular? Because this is what some experts believed yesterday when the union minister hit out.
Look, Tamil Nadu is rife with with rumors that the DMK and BJP are actually quite close. And this entire thing is being done in an orchestrated manner to embarrass the India alliance, particularly the Congress. So there is, though ideologically the DMK and the BJP are at rival ends of the spectrum, there is a very, very strong feeling. So, for instance, they're reading between the lines. A number of, ED raids happened. One minister was arrested. And after that, there has been a lot of silence. Nothing has happened in the last few months. And the bonhomie that was seen between... So the Prime Minister is invited to a Khelo India Youth Games inauguration. And he spends 2 hours in the function. He pats Mr. Udayanidhi on his shoulders with his father present. And, so the bonhomie is... So people are talking about it. People are asking, hey, what's going on? I mean, and at the state level, the leaders are going hammer and tongs at each other. So there is something. And one thing that people suspect is both of them are working in tandem to sink the AIADMK. And it suits the DMK to weaken the AIADMK because it makes 2024 Lok Sabha elections an easy win for them. But in the long run, if they allow the BJP to grow significantly in Tamil Nadu, then we know what the BJP has done in multiple states to such regional parties. So that could be the fate that will await the DMK. They have not understood that as yet. But as of now, the relationship between the two parties is much cozier than all these public fights that are going on.
Okay, Mr. Raman, thank you for taking us behind the scenes. Charu Pragya, I'll come to you in just a second. I saw your hand up. I just want to go over to our fourth panelist first. R. Rajagopalan is with us. He's a senior political analyst. Sir, can I ask you, this morning, if you just took a look at some of the editorials that have been written after all of the ceremonies we saw yesterday, one or two of them were particularly interesting because they questioned, and Charu Pragya talked about this right now. She talked about the fact that the Ram Mandir has forever been central to the BJP, the BJP's, not just the BJP's propaganda, but also what the BJP has openly said they wanted to achieve. Mr. Rajagopalan, I want to ask you, there was a question that a number of these editorials asked, that now that the BJP had achieved the opening of the Ram Mandir, what next? Could they perhaps reach over the aisle, reach out to minorities in a overwhelming manner? What do you see the next few years looking like?
That is what Mr. Mohan Bhagavat, the RSS leader, has also hinted at, Toyaji. Mr. Bhagavat has very clearly said that there should be a boni home, there should be unity, there should be success. And that is also got reflected in Prime Minister's speech, and many editorials and even public debaters in television studios and in YouTubes, they articulated a subject, what Mr. Narendra Modi has said, Ram to aag nahi hai. So that type of fear, the Congress and also the opposition putting in the minds of voters, Mr. Narendra Modi demolished it. For another 25 years, up to 2035, up to 2047, what should be our role? Beyond Ram, it is now Ram Mandir plus. That is what the editorials commented. And the Prime Minister's emotional speech yesterday also reflected that what are going to be in the store for BJP in another 10 years to come. Apart from that, Toyaji, I would like to say that opposition is totally divided. I totally support and agree with what Dr. Sumantaraman said. In Tamil Nadu, DMK is cozying up towards BJP, distancing from Congress. So that shows that Congress is, in a way, is getting disconnected in Tamil Nadu. Congress leaders in Tamil Nadu also saying that DMK is getting bad name because of the rehabilitation work after the tsunami and also these cyclones, etc. People are agitated, therefore they want to go towards the ADMK side. The overall picture, as Sumantaraman said, in Tamil Nadu, DMK and Congress alliance are on the break side. I can very safely say. And it is all pro postures. Yesterday, the Supreme Court judgment was very clear that freedom of expression, freedom of religious, control should not be banned. So if you add these things joints, you get a clear picture that India alliance is almost dead in Indian politics.
Okay, sir, can I just ask you to stay with us? I want to go over to Charu Pragya, who's with us. Ma'am, you've stayed with us as we've heard three other panelists. Obviously, I want to ask you to respond to each point we've just heard. But I also want to ask you, ma'am, and perhaps lead with this question. When we take a look at Mohan Bhagwat's statements yesterday and we look at some of the messaging in Prime Minister Modi's speech, and we believe for a second that the BJP in this new messaging, that this is a party that is going to stand for all, that it is going to stand for minorities. What will that new chapter look like?
So, Toya, let me take a moment to reflect on yesterday with a lot of pride. The first thing is that we saw the kind of crowds that turned up at Aayodhya. No police force could have kept it in check. You know how crowds can behave when in a mob. But nothing untoward happened. The whole country was fine. Whole country was safe, was celebrating as one. And this is a credit to Prime Minister Modi and his vision. He has worked on Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas every single day that he has been in office. And this is the truth. It doesn't matter what is the agenda and the narrative the opposition is trying to float. But the fact is that Prime Minister Modi yesterday spoke in such a beautiful, heartfelt manner that we were all moved to tears, because he's right. Ram is not Aag, he's Urja. Ram is not, Vivad, he's Samadhan. And we have reached a point when we are looking at the Ram Mandir not as something that happened in the past. Ram Mandir is now going to be the vision for the future of this country for the next 1,000 years. And our Honorable Prime Minister said that. While we are talking about dharma, while we are talking about religion, it's not like we are disrespecting anyone else's religion. And Modi ji in his speech made that extremely clear. We are celebrating all festivals. But why is it that the opposition still feels that they cannot get forward in political life in this country if they don't resort to appeasement politics? I disagree with my fellow panelist, because he said that for the first time India Alliance has been united. No sir, I disagree with you, because this is the second time India Alliance has shown any kind of solidarity. The first was when DMK made a statement against Sanatan. There were echoes of approval coming from all these political parties who call themselves members of this so-called alliance. They approved of it. Nobody had the courage and to call out the wrong statements given by the DMK leader Stalin. Nobody did it. And this time they boycotted the Ram Mandir, not because of any other thing, but only because they wanted to consolidate their vote share. And that's a fact. That is a fact that you cannot run away from. Aayodhya is going to be a center of civilization, culture, religion, everything. That also means that whole area is going to be developed. Awadh is going to see more tourism, more infrastructure, more hotels coming through. All kinds of projects have been launched already. So this is about bringing a better way of life to the people in every single part of the country. Now you were also saying that Stalin and PM Modi have something.
Sorry, we just have a minute left. We just have a minute left.
In
So,
secret.
Charu
I
Pragya,
disagree with you.
1 second. We just
yeah,
have
I'll
a
be
minute
very
left.
quick. Just 10
no,
more
no,
seconds.
I want to
10
ask
more
you a
seconds,
question and
please.
we'll come to you for the answer here. Ma'am, just before
Yeah.
we came to this entire debate, we
Sure.
brought breaking news to our audiences that in Maharashtra, bulldozers were used on the houses of many people who stopped processions yesterday. Ma'am, the path of law and justice, the use of bulldozers, when yesterday we heralded the use of law in our country. Ma'am, do you not see this as the BJP going back on their own message when it is BJP leaders yesterday who asked for the bulldozers to be used of the Maharashtra government?
That is Sabka Saath.
See, so
That is
no,
Sabka
1
Saath.
minute. No, you know what?
Please allow
you
Charu
want
Pragya
to
to
float
respond.
this narrative, but let me assure you of one thing. Let me assure you of one thing. This exact piece of news I have not seen yet, but I assure you, wrongdoing is wrongdoing. It doesn't matter who is doing it, what is their political ideology, and nobody in Bharatiya Janata Party is going to endorse any kind of wrongdoing. Let me look more into the matter of why the bulldozers were used, but I assure you of one thing on behalf of the party.
Okay, all right. I'd like to thank all of the panelists that we have with us for joining us over the last few minutes. Next, I'd like to take us to my colleague Shivani Gupta. She's on the ground right now as we speak in Aayodhya, and she provides you with this ground report of some of the ceremonies that are still taking place. Take a look.
It's a moment that everybody had been waiting for. With chants of Jai Shri Ram, we are bringing you these visuals from inside the new Ram temple, where the Ram Lala idol was consecrated, the Pran Pratishtha was done, and there are still a lot of people who have come here to take darshan of the new Ram Lala idol. Now this is a moment that obviously has been captured in history. This is a moment that has been etched in history in golden letters. The Prime Minister was the Yajman earlier on January 22 doing the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, and with that, of course, he mentioned how the dream and the struggle of the new Ram temple has finally been fulfilled. Let's go inside. Aarti is going on. Let's get you some exclusive visuals of the Aarti that is going on in the evening now of the Ram Lala. Possibly a few visuals of the Ram Lala as well. As you can see, a lot of people have come in from the media and from the general public. A lot of the security forces are actually now stepping in to do their darshan as well. With camera person Nitin inside the Ram temple in Aayodhya, Shivani Gupta for CNN News 18.
Okay, we're heading away from this story now into a quick break. Coming up after a short break, we take a look at all of the drama that played out today in Assam. Rahul's Nyaya Yatra, as we speak, Rahul Gandhi's Nyaya Yatra is in Guwahati today, and his entry to a temple was blocked yesterday. Today there was further unrest as he tried to enter into Guwahati. Stay tuned to Plain Speak. We'll bring you more in just a few minutes. Welcome back. You're watching Plain Speak right here on CNN News 18. We're taking you now to our next story. Dramatic developments in Assam today as hiccups continue for the Rahul Gandhi-led Bharat Nyaya Yatra for a second day today. Yesterday, you remember that Gandhi was prevented from visiting a shrine in the state, purportedly because thousands of people would gather there to mark the Pran Pratishtha ceremony that was taking place in Aayodhya. Now, today, Rahul has claimed that he was prevented from interacting with students at a university in Meghalaya at the instructions of the Union Home Minister. That's number 2. And incident number 3, later in the day, this is the big headline, a scuffle between Yatris and the police taking place as the Yatra tried to enter Guwahati. Now, Congress's Assam chief and a party leader were both injured in this scuffle. The Congress is saying that the BJP Assam government is abusing power to torpedo the Yatra. The BJP is saying that they were trying to maintain law and order across the entire region. Tonight, we look to understand what actually happened and who here is passing the buck. That's what we're taking a look at tonight. Who is creating this unrest in Assam?